Sorry, everybody. It turns out there's an additional step you have to do when you schedule one. You have to push go live. I started 7 minutes ago talking, but I didn't realize nobody was hearing me until Rachel said, what's going on with this premiere? And then I condescendingly told her, sweetie, you just need to reset your phone, okay? Well, the reality was I needed to push the button that said go live, which I normally don't have to do that, but if you schedule it, I guess that's how it works. So that's what happened there. That's why I'm a little late getting started. Actually, it wasn't late getting started. I was just late getting started from your perspective, which is really all that matters. But the point is, there you go. That's what happened. There's an additional button you have to push when it's scheduled that you don't have to push when you're not scheduling it. And I didn't push it until I was alerted to the fact that you guys weren't hearing anything I was saying. Hi, Octavio. I got your email. I'll send you a picture. We're going to start about 12:15 to the actual contest part. Because, why? Because I've gotten myself all set up here. I've made food and eaten some of it. I've got 3 drinks set up there. I went and got more cigarettes. I lined up a bunch of beats in Audacity, and I've got it set up so I can switch between them after whatever time I feel like. So, it's like I've got like one loop of it or a couple loops of it, and I'll just solo that. I'll push, it's going to be on go around in a circle loop, shift space bar, and then when I want to go on to the next beat, I'll just go down to there, select that one, and solo that one. Now the thing is, this may result in some abrupt changes of tempo sometimes, but it should allow it to be seamless in terms of the beat will never stop. But again, when I do change beats, you may go from 120 to 180 all of a sudden, and it's not going to sound like it flows together properly, but it won't stop. So that's the point about the world record thing, right? Is that it's got to continue the whole time. Now, as far as this world record goes, rules and such for myself, I am going to allow myself to, I can pee off camera and still keep rapping, no problem. I am going to allow myself to pull an occasional bong rip during it, and I'm going to consider the bong rip pull a sound effect that's part of the freestyle rap, okay? So yeah, I really got things set up well. I got the windows set up here on my screen. I got everything else closed so I don't have any resource problems. Like I said, I got drinks set up and food and everything. I'm just going to pull a couple riffs. I got to turn down this mic a little bit. It's a little hot. And the other thing is, if people put any like MBTI questions or whatever in the chat, I will probably incorporate them into the raps because, I'm sure I could do it for 6 hours without any prompting from anybody, but it'll end up getting in there, Because there's no way I'm going to be able to do this for 6 hours without pulling a single bong riff, right? I rarely go 6 hours without pulling a bong riff. Rarely. On occasion. But not that often, So, I'm assuming I'm not going to have to poo in the next 6 hours. I think that's fair. I don't feel like I have to poo. So, I don't like this picture in the slideshow. I'm going to get rid of that one. Which one is that one? It's this one. There. That's better now. Okay. Move that over that way a little bit. Now I'm in front of a nice brick wall. Just like a real rapper. Real rappers stand in front of brick walls. Okay? I'm going to start in about 3 minutes. And then I'm going to start a little intro music ahead of time. To get us in the mood or the spirit, as they say, of rapping. the spirit of rapping runs deep within your heart. Okay, so we're not starting the official world record time yet. I will announce that when I begin by rapping officially. Then I'll say, and here we go. And then we can sort of, I'll note the time here on the video, which is currently at 13 minutes, and I'll go 6 hours from there, you know. So if you don't like the way the levels are, in other words, the beat's too loud, the beat's too soft, please do let me know in the Chizen hat. In the Chizen hat, which I will read a lot from that, and I'll say, okay, I'll adjust it, in fact. That's a good way to go, I think. Yeah, this is the beginning. This is the beginning right now. It's not the beginning of the official rapping part, but it's the beginning of the show. You can tell it's the beginning of the show because of the way the drums are slowly building up, right? It's the beginning of the show. This is the beginning of the show. But it's not the beginning of the world record, yo. This is the beginning of the show. But the world record won't start for a little while yet, yo. Why are you wasting your raps in advance of even beginning that, you wonder perhaps? But that's because I've got infinite raps. I don't need to keep them in store for later. Infinite raps. Can I rap fast? Yeah, I can rap really fast, but it probably has to be written. If I'm freestyling, I'm somewhat limited in that regard. It seems a little overcompressed. Let's see. Let's see how that sounds. Does that sound better on the microphone? Does that sound better just like a bone? I think it probably does. At least it's not peaking, and I can go, it's still not peaking. That's pretty good. It's still not peaking. That's pretty good. That's really good, in fact. It seems pretty loud, but it's just not peaking. I must have done something right with the compression seeking, then you got kind of a solution to this. But in fact, look, what you know about that? Well, I can, but I'm not going to do that right now because I'm going to start this officially pretty soon in a second. And when I do, it's all going to be rapping about MBTI typology stuff. There's not going to be anything else, okay? Let me get a little drink of drink. Thanks, darling. All right. Okay. We're gonna start the timer in about 1 minute now. We're gonna count ourselves down to the timer start. From 60, 59, 58, 50 part. 48, 42, 39, 36, and 30, shoot. 22, 21, and 20. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start the timer now, son. Let's start with Carl Jung. He was a guy who was before the boom that happened after World War II. He was born back around 18 something, I don't know. But anyhow, he was a psychologist and he was friends with Sigmund Freud, I guess, and he would hang out and they would talk about stuff like human consciousness and personality enough. And he said, I've observed a few habits or patterns in my patients, I guess you could call them. And that kind of thing is what I like to write about. So we wrote a book called I Like to Shout About Archetypes and Collectivity. Unconscious or conscious, either way, see, I'm Carl Jung, and I understand things through introverted intuition. But even though Carl Jung described a little bit about cognitive functions in his life, most of his writing was just a bunch of tripe about magical nonsense. But anyways, the cognitive function thing caught on with Mr. Myers, Mrs. Briggs, and they got along and they made themselves a typological kind of song. I mean, an assessment that wasn't always that wrong. Anyways, it kind of attempted to make Jung's notion practical and make it something that companies could use to hire. So they call themselves the Myers-Briggs Typological Index. So yeah. Oh yeah. And human resources departments have loved it ever since. They said, wow, we enjoy this kind of test. We can tell whether our employees should be here, employees should be there, employees should be forced to stand or given a chair, employees in their underwear. We can finally understand why. Except Myers and Briggs didn't really get it right. No, in fact, they got half the types wrong. It's a fight, and socionics and Myers and Briggs CI about whether it's a J or an I that belongs at the end of the introverted types. In fact, it is the opposite of what MBTI says about it. For example, if MBTI calls you an INFP, you've actually got FI as your dominant function, and that makes you deliberative instead and not an action type or some kind of thing that's dead. You INFJ. That's not an INFP. You INFJ, if you were talking about the first function being judgmental in its way. Regardless, we use the MBTI labels because everybody's more accustomed to those. And socionics, LII, whatever it is, names, they kind of confuse me, or at least I have to think about them, which is basically the same thing. So anyway, after MBTI, there came socionics, this Russian guy, and he came along and he said, listen to me, my name is, what is it again? See, I forget, what's his name? The guy who made socionics, Model A, what's his name? He's Russian and it sounds like Vlad something, or something like that. It's hard to recall, but it's a look-upable fact. Anyway, the point is socionics Model A was pretty good, but still too gay for me. And that's why I had to fix it, see? Which I did with the assistance of everybody round the typological community sound. And go. And go. Okay. Now the introductory beat's gone away, and so we can say it's time to talk more about cognitive functions. Wait, how, who, when, where, why? Well, we talked about how Myers and Briggs tried, but they failed, and how that Russian guy whose name I can't recall also failed, and then host Eric came along and he failed too, and failed again. But eventually he made a friend with the truth and figured it out, and now he's rapping it to you, presenting it in fact so that you can sue it. If you want, you could sue these ideas, but they don't have any money, so probably wouldn't be a good idea. Anyway, turns out there are exactly 8 functions. Turns out that there are exactly 8 functions. Well, what's a cognitive function, Eric Strauss? You're probably asking. Eric's sitting at your house and listening to me rap about this kind of stuff. You say, what's a cognitive function? That's enough to start with. Well, let me tell you, it's something that's an art to do with. Let's the cognitive function say it's a way of paying attention to stuff in the world today. You could pay attention with your eyes or ears or nose, mouth or tears or something else down south like your penis or your rear. It depends. But there are all kinds of attention, man. At least not really the things that are named right there, but there are lots of kinds of attentions anywhere. I can pay attention by doing shit like this, where I'm putting information out of me with my mouth, not my fists or my hands or my stomach or my knees or my feet or my shins or my body or my trees. and said, I've got to say it with my mouth. It comes out from my throat with some air from my chest, and it comes and it's blasting in the house. And then didn't you hear what I have to say to you? Because I have said a bunch of words that now you can do. Anyhow, that's called extroverted intuition. If you want a single word to define it, just call it talking. Lots of ideas. Talk about this and talk about that. When you say goodbye, and also you say sayonara, aloha, and why do I have to leave? I wish you a fun to do, and good evening, and good night, and good morning too. Say all of that stuff over and over, because you've got extroverted intuition instead of, say, introverted intuition, which is concision, because it makes things distilled down to the singular takeaway that can be found from whatever it is that you be talking about. That's what we introvertedly into it now. 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 Now let's talk about extroverted feeling too, because that's a thing that's an attentional matter, Sue. It's how I pay attention to you instead of me, and what you're feeling and what you do see and how you perceive what you're hearing today. Are you impressed with what I'm saying, or do you say go away, Eric? I don't care about your freestyle rapping. It's too self-indulgent and it's a bunch of crapping. I'm gonna go do something else instead. After all, you're not really filling my head with a lot of truths about MBTI per se, at least per word in a ratio way. I guess that's true, but what can you do? If you're freestyling everything you say and you, then you too would probably be towards somewhat tendency towards disassembling or tangential unnecessaries, you know? Or maybe you wouldn't. I don't know. Who am I to say? Anyway, extroverted feeling is but that thing that happens when I want to make sure and I don't make you offended when I sing. So I say, hey, I didn't mean that, man. I just meant it as a joke. I meant it as a friend. I meant it like you were my best man at my wedding. And I love you so much. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, touch. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, touch. What my feelings touch? Yeah, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings with my touching of you, I guess is what I mean to say, Sue. Anyhow, that's extroverted feeling. It's all about getting in trouble and seeming like the good guy, or the bad guy, or the guy who's super smart, or the guy who's super cryy, and cries a lot about every little thing because they got introvert feeling in their bling. Yeah, too much introverted feeling means you have a lot of dealing with the weight of realities in the world. Like if you have lost a friend or a girl or a dog or a fish or a tree, well then you too could be as sad as me. I've got introverted feeling, a way of paying attention as well. Just an orange feeling on the floor of hell. But that's okay, because introverted feeling pays attention. That way you can tell what's important to you for reals. What's important to you for reals. While you're out trying to impress those seals, have you lost something important? FI involves harm prevention. Like, hey, I love that a lot, so let's not run it over with the car tonight. That's a good idea, right? That's harm prevention. That's super, super tight. That's introverted feeling as well, sir. It helps you to say, I'm gonna take care of her or that thing that I love a whole lot. Introverted feeling. It's where it's at. It's where it's at. It's where it's not. It's where it is. It's where it should be. It's where it was. It's where it will be in 2,000 years. Now let's talk about extroverted thinking. Extroverted thinking. Extroverted thinking. I typed an INFJ this morning. He was thinking that extroverted intuition was his thinking of the extroverted sort, because extroverted intuition is the north side of his extroverted thinking. 5 versus 7 means his TE is thinking. He can't tell it apart from anything. And that's why he said it was extroverted intuiting. But it was actually extroverted thinking that he was talking about when he said what he was thinking. And I told him about how that's not extroverted thinking, you lout. I didn't really call him a lout, but I could have called him a lout. But then he probably would have said, what's that about? Don't call me a lout, that will make me shout. Because he was an INFJ. That means he was polite that way. He wouldn't have just yelled back at me. He would have been like, whoa, 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 whoa now, see here. Let's relax and be good friends. There's no reason to yell at me again. Then I would have had to say true. I guess I owe you an apology, you. Now, let's talk about different types, not just ones who use FI, and not just the ones who use TI, but all the different types up in the sky. You could talk about the ENTJ. What makes them very special is the way that they can't remember their name hardly. It's too specific. Yeah, if you got SI polar in your house, you have forgotten that you have a mouse that's living under your bed and wants some food, and that's why it's dead when you return home, dude. You should try to recall what I told you, Paul. But your SI polar makes it impossible for you to ever remember a thing. If I ask you what you have for breakfast, you'll tell me what you usually have, or what you usually do, or what you usually say. Oh, makes you so sad. No, what you do is what I want you did today, actually, and not in your head, but in reality, when you sat down at the table, instead of what you think about when you think about when you sit down at tables, which is one level removed. And that's not what I'm asking you to demonstrate, dude. I say, show me some SI, give me examples, show me some SI, give me particulars, show me some SI, give me examples, show me some SI, give me particulars. Tell me an anecdote about the time that you met that lady at the supermarket and how shy was that she could not be because she was an INFP. It was remarkable she made it to the market at all because she was stuck home and thinking about her feelings all afternoon before that afternoon, and it was days before she had soup ran out and she had to go to the supermarket. That's what the soup is all about. If you want to get a lot of soup, you should go to the supermarket, you dupe. Anyhow, that's a little bit of an aside. Not technically relevant, but I'm going to let it slide. It doesn't really count against the world record because I added this additional declaration, so it's okay. Ooh, all right. Only 5.5 more hours of this. More than that. Only 5 hours and 45 more minutes. All right, cool. I can do that, no problem. But you know what? We are going to have to switch up the beat. We can't always have the same damn beat. That would make me feel like defeated. So MBTI and Typology are the same regardless of the tempo, but this is the same tempo as the beat before. And that's okay, because it's 4 on the floor. It's not really 4 on the floor, but nevertheless, it's a good tempo to rap over, I guess. And let's return now to the subject at hand, typology. And it's required that I can, but I will sometimes have a tangential excursion or two, because that's what an extroverted intuitor do, and I'm one of those, you see. So back to typology, 1994, something was going on outside of my door. People were talking to one another, but not getting through it all and having confusion, and they were a brother and a sister, and I wondered why. It's because, actually, typology. In fact, they were not compatible with their cognitive function stacks, their attention ways. They seemed to think that what was important to one shouldn't be to the other. Absolute values inside your mother, instrumental values inside your brother. Absolute and instrumental values. Yeah, cognitive functions talk about attention, which confers onto that old clout, the individual, that they have values too. Some of them are absolute and some what you do. Like your second function is operational, dude. You presume it should be used by the world like you do, but instead what happens is you use it all the time, and nevertheless you don't really care about it. Why? Because it's not an absolute value, but instrumental. It's in the second function slot, not the middle. And that's why it doesn't work like that, because in fact you don't care about it. In fact, when you get home, your thing that you use all day, you don't feel like using it to play. That would be no sensible kind of way to engage with the ontology. And that's true. Nobody can dispute what I do, or what I say, or what I think, or what I want, or what I think, or what I hate, or what I who, or what I why, or what I win. That's FI polar, I guess, now, man. It means that I'm a little baby. That's why my name is Baby Pig Poop Face. My name is Baby Pig Poop Face. Yes, it is. And that's part of MBTI, cause I'm an any dom, you see. I've got to have a funny name for myself. Whee! My name is Baby Pig Poop Face, because I'm a baby and a pig and a poop face. My name is Baby Pig Poop Face, because I'm a baby and a pig and a poop face. Underneath this makeup that you all see, there's a big peep of poop. It's me. That's my actual face. It's brown and lumpy, because it's a poop face. Now, let's get back to topic. That part is on topic because I was just demonstrating how any is retarded, okay? So that's fine, and it's okay to do that. That doesn't interfere with my world record fact, okay? It still counts as part of the time that I was talking and rhyming about MBTI. And I am doing so right now as well, so please don't cause me any kind of hell. Now let's go on to ISTJ. Now there's a type you don't talk about every day because they got SI in the dominant slot. Well, it's extroverted thinking that they do a lot, and the introverted feeling in the third slot, then with the what extroverted intuition in the fourth slot. Yeah, that's true indeed. ISTJ, I'd like to meet me. How'd you like to meet me, ISTJ? And then we can talk about the way that you pay attention to the things in the world in the day, the things that you like to do and to play, the things that you do when you're working away. We can talk about all of that shit, ISTJ. Yes, ISTJ. F.E. Polar. Now, some people who come around don't know the jargon of the various cognitive function nouns, don't know what you're talking about when you see F.E. Polar, and they spell it like E-O-L-A-R, like a polar bear, yar. But it's not spelled like that, no far from it. It's spelled capital P, little O, capital L, capital R, because it stands for place of least resistance. It's the name that socionics chose to give it. And it means that it's your blind spot too. In other words, you don't know what to do, and it requires, the world does anyway, I say, the attention that that kind of function would pay, because it's in your blind spot all the time, so you don't know how to use it, you don't know how to rhyme unless it's not in your blind spot. My mine's not there, it's in the first function slot instead, dear, but that's a different story. I don't mean to get sidetracked. So, this is an interesting topic. I, for a long time, explained to everybody that Eminem is either INTP or INTP, okay? He can't be anything but ENTP or INTP, and I'm almost certain that he's an ENTP, cuz the FI polar is radiant. That means he doesn't seem to care very much about how feelings are impacted when he raps his clout. And he makes people feel bad all the time with his crazy diss tracks and his crazy ability to rhyme things that are dismissive of the other in a cutting and unreasonable fashion, brother. Look what he did to Benzino. Fuck. I mean, he said, "You're a big old butt," and that's how he made him feel at the end after he had put the nail in the coffin then. Anyway, enough about M and M. He is definitely an ENTP, man. Or if not, he's an INTP. He's definitely one of those two, at least, see, because you've got to have extroverted intuition in the one of the two, but you've also got to wonder when, if you can have introverted feeling too. If you want to be a battle rapper, Drew, then you can't do that because it means you've got to care a little about people's feelings, and I don't really. I try to, but I was watching Dallas' video, and I thought, wow, Eric, you really don't care about people's feelings. That's kind of mean of you, but I couldn't really help it because it's just me being you. I mean, me being me, you be you, she be she, and Sue can be Sue, and he can be he, and we can be choose by those who choose things. Everybody chew us up is what somebody with extroverted intuition in their butt might say just because they want to get it out of them, like I just did, not because it's on topic. So let's get back to the topic at hand, please, so that I don't stray from it and lose my world record. Jeez, that would suck. That would be no fun. It's time to mix it up with the different beats, son. Let's see what's in store next. I hope it's exciting. It's the best beat that anybody's ever heard. That's what I'm hoping. It's not a turd. That's not the right beat. What happened there? That's not what was supposed to happen now, Claire. try this fourth one. We'll speed it up a little bit. Okay. Are you ready? MBTI is the most commonly used word, and why? Beat's a little choppy. Let's go to the next beat instead. Oh, I see. I don't have it looped out properly. That's what the problem is. But regardless, let's go to the next beat. Oops, there's a break in the beat. It's okay. It's fine. It'll be fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. Sometimes DJs spin the rhymes, and sometimes they lose the beat in time, and they let the record draw on the floor, and everybody stomps on it when they're dancing. So it's not a good idea to complain if sometimes the beat drops 4 second lame. It might be lame, that's true, but instead it's better than everybody ended up dead. Okay, here we go today. We're talking about socionics now, and how those Russians fucked it up. Wow, they seem to think dichotomies can be willy-nilly handed out like cheese to people on their knees who want to have a little more cheese. Like people who are begging for cheese. You can't hand out dichotomies like that. That doesn't make any good sense. Dichotomies have to be parsed down when, what kind of dichotomy is it? Is it a dichotomy that's mechanical tip, or is it a dichotomy that's just descriptive? If you don't distinguish, then you're just a missive. I mean, you have gone amiss, I guess is what I mean by this. A missive, I don't mean like a letter that you fire off, because I mean just basically that you missed, okay? And that's what happened in socionics. They missed. They tried to do it smarter than MBTI, which is not a bad idea, and that is why when I first started studying cognitive functions, I looked at socionics as the expert junction, that where I could find the truth about it, but instead I discovered it was a pile of shit. Actually, that's way too harsh to say. Pretty damn good job they did, I'd say, but ultimately they failed because they didn't acknowledge the need to model it properly. How do you model something like this, which is a dynamic system like your fist? It can't be modeled with just randomly making dichotomies, observing differences between people and saying this is a dichotomy. That's not going to do at all. Renan, what are you going to do when I call you and say your dichotomies are totally gay? Will you acknowledge that my way is superior, or will you still say with your stupid dichotomies, hey, I told you socionics, get out of my way. I'm trying to accomplish some shit. I'm trying to explain this personality stuff. That's why I need to be heard by everybody, including you and everybody else in the world about personality. Then you'll be all the girls and the boys will be happily living instead of always giving. Kind of things that cause conflict, all them. I said, Bob, yeah. Which type is most likely to say bia bia bigga digga 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 da? Which type is most likely to say bia bia bigga digga 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 da? Which type is most likely to say bia bia bigga digga 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 ba 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 ba? Which type is most likely to say all of those things I just said today? Well, it's ENINENTP, I would guess. That's because we are the best at randomly freestyling shit like this, because it's our nature to attentionally pay attention to this much stuff all the time. Always thinking of words and rhyming, walking around with words in my head and thinking and speaking everything, everywhere, everything that I do. It's always words. Can you see that, Sue? Anyhow, this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about cognitive functions. It's like, wow, how good a description of how people are. What an effective way to parse the world and make sense of it. In fact, we have these attentional fists, I guess you call them manners instead, or perspectives, or whatever, values perhaps. Anyway, it's important to note. You could call it various things, but don't gloat it, but your explanation is not the same as what I'm telling this. This is the correct way to understand shit, so please. Bah. Yeah. Shabba dooby dabba ba 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 doo da 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 da. Zeppelin fancy beat likes to sketch just like me. Shabba dabba dooby dee ba 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 dee da da ba dee 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 ba 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 dee da da. Zeppelin fancy beat likes to sketch just like me. Shabba dabba dooby dee da ba 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 da ba da ba 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 dee dee da ba dee da dee da dee da dee da ba 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 doo da ba da 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 da. That's scatting. It's jazz. It's scatting. And if you don't like it, you're a cat. Cause only cats don't like the scat unless they're ISFJs. That is another type that doesn't like the scat because they're ISFJs. Oops. So let's talk about these ISFJs. We're going to talk about in beat number 6. We're going to talk about these ISFJs, and we're going to start right away. We're going to start right away right now. Okay, this beat will be the thing over which I play with the ISFJ ring and tell all about how ISFJs are. After all, I dated ISFJ for over 2.5 years and a day, and it was miserable because she was BP day, but that had nothing to do with ISFJ. My mother also was an ISFJ, and a friend I've had for 48 years was too, or 47 I guess if I want to be true. I met him when I was 3 years old. And we're still friends today, even though that's golden year time. Golden girls like Betty White's rhyming dead in her coffin and rolling around. That's how long we've been friends. I found him when I was 3 years old. He lived down the street then, just a couple of houses over when. And I was 4 years younger than he. Even still, we became friends. Why? Because of Typology. Yes, it tells us that the ISFJ is going to confirm and also fit in with ENTP, Stern, Lee, and E. So Lee at that because ISFJ is duality is fact. Now duality for perceivers as described by Socionics isn't quite accurate though, because duality in Socionics does not ascribe to the fact that E and Joe perceiving types have the same function axis on the function axis. That's their main function axis, while the judging types have a different competing function axis on the main function axis. That's their function axis. That's true. That's because whether you are a judge or a perceiver means whether you are your first function and the fourth are the same in regard to how they are metaphysical or physical. Then that's the thing that's different. So your duality doesn't work with the same mechanics, yo. That's why you need to distinguish the perceivers and the judges when you enter type G. Okay, Socionics? Get it right next time, motherfuckers. Get it right next time, motherfuckers. Get it right next time, motherfuckers. That's what host Eric had to say to you, Socionics. You better watch out, you're in trouble. Alright, here we go. Right. This is the official Socionics getting in trouble music. You can tell, because it's a bubble doobie. You can tell this is Socionics get in trouble music. Socionics get in trouble. Why? You got in trouble. Why? You burst your bubble. Why? Cause host Eric is angry at you for being wrong about stuff. You're wrong about stuff. You're wrong about stuff. But lots of enough people think that you were the experts. Never trust the Russians. To do psychology, they're fundamentally Prussians, and that means they can't do it. Gee, you should trust me. I'm American. I'm a psychologist American, and that means that's why I actually had nothing to do with nationality. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is Socionics got it wrong, and that's the joint in this part of the song. We're going to talk about Model A. Model A. Okay? Here we go. Today. First of all, why did Socionics renumber all the functions even though they have the same stack visually represented? They've numbered them different ways, reordered them in terms of strength. Reductions don't have actual strength, they are manners of attention. It's not like lifting a bar up, but you can do it more strongly or weakly. Instead, it's paying attention via this manner or that now, daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, all the time. It's how you are, it's a rhyme. With your ontology, with your nature, with the light within you, see? And it's how you enlighten up, G. So you've got to embrace who you are, otherwise you'll be very, very, very far from self-growth. Anyhow, that's not the point. I forget where I was going with this northward, probably. Is where I usually head. Now let's talk about the quadras. Those are pretty good things to talk about. There are 4 big quadras, and they are about the cognitive functions that are the same FE, but it's also got NISE. You see, what are the types in Beta Quadra? They are I, N, E, and FJ. Those two are part of Beta Quadra, along with the STPs, that's the ESTP and the ISTP. Those four types make up the Beta Quadri. And that is the first two socionics quadras. Yeah, now, a Gamma Quadra is the opposite of Alpha. That means they share none of the same functions. That means they want to be go different directions at the junction. What types of those? Those are the types that have FI and TE. They've also got NI and SC. That means it's the NTJC, it's the ENTJINTJESFP That is Gamma Quadri. Oh yeah, Gamma Quadri. It's a quandary, and I squander it at the laundry. Okay, now let's do Delta. Delta Quadra is like Delta Force. Delta Force is the military, of course, but Delta Quadra is not. Delta Quadra involves people who have FI, TE, but also have NE as I. So they're like, for example, ENF and INF. They're also ISTJ, ESTJ like my dad. Hey, my dad's an ESTJ. I know one. He lives with me inside. His name is David, and he's an ESTJ. I know an ISTJ too. His name is Cameron, and he and you are friends with me. We live together in the open sea. It's wonderful out there with the breeze, the clouds, and the seagulls, and the fishing, and the salt water, and all the sunscreen. Anyway, that's not really relevant, but let's get back on scene. Let's get back to the point. Let's get back to the focus. MBTI is my tocust. MBTI is the locust that I'm trying to kill with my plague. Okay, here we go. So, what do we have to do to get it right, yo? First of all, we need to talk about fields and vectors. Fields and vectors and objects. Fields, vectors, and objects, okay? Now, what is an object? Look, we tend to think of objects like this thing here, this white lighter. It's in my hand, sir, and you can see it is concretely realized in my hand. But there are also objects that stand without any physicality, man, like this video when it's done, or the drafts when they are recorded now, son, because they become objects too, objects of analysis at least too, and you can watch them on YouTube if you'd like to later on. Objects of analysis and objects in reality are very different things. Objects of analysis are durational, whereas objects in reality sing. I mean, they have attributes instead. They have things like length and width and width, but instead of that, they have an identity in the metaphysicality range. They are a time object saying they have a name and they've got duration and content too, and it's made up of meaning perhaps, but it's not the same as a thing that sits on the ground and wants to wing it like a dead bird. Would be a thing that sits on the ground and wants to wing it. Don't make me have to sing it. Okay. Know what I'm talking about when I use the words of this. If you want to model anything like how we model shit for the internet, you've got to define things as fields, objects, members of various sets with attributes, and have those attributes and sets defined in ways that meaningfully interact with one another. So in other words, there's something called a vector. It's the way I use the word means, for example, putting information into a SQL database would be a vector, the putting of information. The object that's put is the object and the table is the field. So putting an object on a field is employing a vector that engages the object in the field, right? Do you hear what I'm saying now, Hector? I may not be using the word vector exactly as it's used mathematically. I'm just meaning a means of channeling from one location to another, or one party to another, or one agency to another. I don't mean to be talking about linear algebra, okay? I'm just meaning, what do you want to call it? Say it what you want. I don't know. You don't like the word vector, use a different one, Hector, yo. Anyway, what we got to do if we want to model anything correctly is reduce it into things that are objects, things that are sets, things that are vectors, things that are fields, things that can take action and feel, things that can decide, things that can know, things that can interface and act like so, things that can do whatever they want like agents, like your mom and me. What we did last night, see? That was agency. We were using our free will most very freely. Yes, I humped your mom in the butt. That's what I'm talking about here, bud. Yes, I humped your mom in the butt last night. And then I pulled out, yes, I humped your mom in the butt. That's what I'm talking about now. continually trying to rhyme. But you know what? I can do this pretty well, I guess it. But I think that I find naturally to come and sing into. If I wanted to freestyle with the guitar, I could as well make up some singing songs. And I could sing some singing songs like this. La, la, la. That's a simple thing. Doesn't count as stopping though, don't think. My world record is ruined. My world record isn't ruined because I am still upstrewing words about MBTI. Even if it seems kind of distant, why? It's connected, it's connected. Trust me, I suspected you were doubting me, but I don't anymore because I made that disclaimer, and so for all intents and purposes, it's over now. The argumentational door is closed. How can you think you can still get in and win that point again now here, Jim? I don't know. Anyway. I gotta smoke. Why? Because I got SI fourth. SI fourth. Yeah, I got SI fourth. So what does it mean to have a fourth slot SI? It means a knowledge function in fourth. That means epistemological I. You got the fourth and fifth in north. Those two can work conjunctually. Then you gotta have access to both of them. See, with your 4 and your 5, you can turn. You can access each of them. Worm. You can give examples of both. They're relatively conscious afloat. You can remember things at times that you engage each of those two attentional purchase. Okay? So with SI in the fourth, what it means is I have a subjective epistemology function, a knowledge function that's based on my personal experience. When I record it, it's relevant because I observed it, not because of relevance I interior to that outside of me. Its inherency is linked to me personally via object permanence, the protoform of SI. It's the protoform of SI. The protoform of SI. The protoform of SI is object permanence. The protoform of NI is shape constancy. The protoform of SI is object permanence. The protoform of NI is shape constancy. So anyhow, with the fourth slot SI, I tend to use it metaphysically, which means I'm kind of fidgety with my body and I'm not very good maintaining the potty, but I need to go pee or I need to go poo. I'll hold it for too long, so when you and I both can do that too. Because what? Because SI fourth. Everybody always thinks club. Sometimes people ask and I just make up something to see what they say. Club away. In fact, it's Zeppelin fan Cub. He's a baby cub. He's a cub. The rest of the Zeppelin fans are grown up, but he's a cub. That's what the CB stands for. Or perhaps it stands for a radio trucker is used. Breaker breaker 112. Smoke is on my trail, and you? I'm using a CB. That's what a CB is called. Shape constancy. Yeah, shape constancy, Karma's pimp. It's something that little babies get when they can tell finally that when they look at something from different directions, see, it's still the same thing. So if we didn't have shape constancy, which is basically the mechanics of intuition, then it's the fact that we'd have to see everything from every single possible directionality until we could recognize it consistently. Otherwise we'd say, oh, what's that? I never looked at it from exactly like that perspective before, so I don't know what it is because I've got no shape constancy in store. Shape constancy says even if I turn it, it's still the same thing, even though it looks totally different to my eyes, burn it into my brain. Whereas object permanence instead is something different. That one links to SI, object permanence does, you see, and I'll tell you why. Object permanence is like when I close my eyes and that thing I cannot see, it must have gone away from me. In fact, when I reopen them, my eyes realize there and then the thing is still where it was before. What? Did it magically reappear more? Anyway, the point is that little babies get over that pretty quick. And before they do, they enjoy playing peekaboo too. But that peekaboo game won't entertain them for long. It's the same as something that they outgrow because object permanence, that's why. Object permanence, that's why. Object permanence, that's why. They learn to do the basic machine code level of SI. And that means keeping track of the fact that things don't move on their own. That when you put them in a room or put them in a zone or place them in a place, you can't expect them to be left alone and to be in the same place when you return. but that's not always the case, in which if you're SI, you get mad at the face of the person who moved it. Hey, why did you move it? I can't stand that you touched my stuff. I'm highly SI. If you got SI in 2, if you got SI in 2, if you got SI in 2, it is operational for you. So you will notice if something gets moved a little bit in your living space. When somebody moves a chair a couple inches, you're like, who moved that chair? Get over here. Somebody's been touching my stuff. You're messing with the object permanence enough. Now, I don't care if I'm an Istj about anything like what's a chair or what's not a chair. That would be an NI concern, where they're NI polar, you see. And so they have difficulty with distillation, reducing, concision, abusing things into a shape more useful, communicatively useful, and able to their short chew because it's useful. Now I gotta smoke a hit off a cigarette. It doesn't count as a break, okay? I'm just puffing away. 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 And where the child thinks they will leak, it is when they return. The object permanency test for development uses an object move when somebody leaves, and where the child thinks they will think, it is when they return. Thinks. Asterisk thinks. Asterisk thinks means correcting a mistake thing. That's what it means to use an asterisk after a word. Is that how you say that word, asterisk? Or is it asterisk? Or is it asterisk? Or is it asterisk? Or is it asterisk? I cannot think of what it is. Oh well, now let's get back on topic. So hell, I yank this record in time to win a contest of rhyming about typology for the longest time. That's freestyling it for 4, 5, 6 hours, even more. Can you do this forever? I could, I suppose, in store, but I would eventually get tired of doing it. You get kinda burned out on rip. You get kinda burned out on rap. You just wanna start to sing some songs instead. That happens sometimes because I'm an extroverted intuiter. In my mind, I need content, novelty, or else I'm bored. Novelty, or you bore me. Keep me novel, keep me fresh, or otherwise throw me off the deck and die. That's what I feel like, cause NE is my implicit value. Now let's talk about another type 2. Let's talk about the INF2. Let's talk about the INF-who. Let's talk about the INFJ. The INFJ is another type like mine. It's a different type though. Why? Because it has a different function stack. We share in TI, in fact, but we also share FE. That's true. But we don't share NI or SC too, because they're NISC. They're also TIFE. They're in the Beta Quadra C, whereas I'm in Alpha Quadra. So the Beta Quadrants are less egalitarian than we Alpha Quadralites, because they have their NISC. They think it's okay to fight and win the fight. Take the advantage then and hold the position. They might be called imperious, like aristocrats. Aristocrats. Beta Quadra is aristocrats. Beta Quadra are the aristocrats of the typology world. Beta Quadra are the aristocrats of the typology world. Alpha Quadra are Democrats, which is to say in the literal sense, not in the political party sense, because don't get confused about that. But Alpha Quadra are egalitarian, and we respect your individual experience when it's determined on something, whereas Beta Quadra does not. Okay, that's a simplistic and Alpha Quadra way to reduce the matter, but it makes my quadra look better and fatter, and that's not really a good thing to do. I shouldn't do that, so I'm sorry, and I take it back. Okay, which type is the most perfectionistic? So perfectionism would seem to link with NI. High up it would be, because then the clarity of vision is very clear, and accomplishing it is, you can only get so near to what you envision if your vision is perfect, right? Now, in contrast with an NE approach, your vision's not perfect, it's just dirt and you're digging around and seeing what comes up, and that's it. Maybe it's a big old butt, but maybe it's something good and you'll never know until after you've already begun to hoe the field. See what comes up? Maybe it's potato. Could be a potato. I like potatoes. I like potatoes. Do you like potatoes? If you do, then you're an ISFJ. I like potatoes. Do you like potatoes? If you do, then you're an INFP. Lots of people think typology is like that. They want to have some correlative fact and say from that correlation or affect would be that, because after all, they're very intuitive and very smart, and also very, very beautiful, and also they have a really good sense of people's feelings. They're very emotionally intelligent. They're reeling with their empathy all the time, and their intuitivity all the time, and also their intelligence. See, they're everything to all people all the time. Why wouldn't they therefore get to choose which type they want to be? They want to be the fanciest, most sexy one, see? But even though this is kind of a sexy type, being ENTP, I mean, that's why I'm talking about this. I mean me, in this case. It may seem to you like this is somebody who gets to do kind of cool stuff or has abilities magical enough, but in reality, it kind of sucks being an ENTP, and you don't want to be like me, because how many people can you be near me? I'm insufferable because I'm constantly talking and I never shut up. That's a problem with being an ENTP, and you don't have any sense of who you are now, see? So if bipolar is it, shall we? You could forget something really important and let it die, and then you'll feel super, super shitty for a while, and then you'll forget about that too, and you wonder, am I a fucking psychopath, dude? Anyway, ENTP, not really a great type to be honest, unless you're just doing this, in which case it's fantastic. If you're just doing this, being an ENTP is fucking fantastic. If you're just doing this, being an ENTP is fucking fantastic. But most people would rather do something else than just do this all the time. And, well, that's why you don't really want to be an ENTP. Even though you think you are like me, you're actually probably something else. Like the INFJ guy I typed earlier this morning. It's true, INFJs have aesthetical similarities between ENTPs, and that can be misleading to them if they're active in creating things then too. Then they're likely to conceive themselves as ENTP, but actually he's INFJ, and they could tell instantly, in a second anyway. Anybody could tell when I said, okay, let's try this test here. I'm going to tell the first half of the story, you tell the second half of the story. Then I had him tell the first half of the story, and I told the second half of the story. His second half of the first story resolved the problem I set for him in the first half of the story. Whereas mine just deviated, created a bunch of random crazy nonsense, and I went to the woman's house. She had some miniature, what are they called? Carousels, glass carousels with little bells that would ring around and ring around when the wind spinning the casserole around. And she had a fan on to make them always sound, so it was accompanying little bells inside her house. And the guy says, "Hell, what's up with this?" Well, you know what? I could go for corn dogs from the store. She said, "Forget the store. I don't need to go to the store because I went to Chicago's World Fair in 1924, and back then I got some original corn dogs when they were introduced to the marketplace for the first time. And then I put them home in my freezer. Now I'll take them out and give them to you, and you can eat my beaver while having a corn dog. It'll be delicious for you, dog." And then that was the end of the story from my end. Anyway, obviously my extroverted intuition deviated far away from where he began the story, which was meeting a lady in a bar. Whereas he resolved the problem I had set up for him in my story, and that's far a different approach. In the former, namely my approach is random. It's kind of seeking to deviate from the plan, to subvert expectations, to be novel, to put your expectations on vacation, to engage in male lactation, to want to be a main, which is Indonesian for a guy who has a big forehead. That's how they say that in Indonesia. No, don't object that I stopped. That was not a break, that was just a pause. You gotta include some silence too, dude. Otherwise your rap's just crap, built up with words nonstop. You gotta put some silence there, or else you'll be stuck to a chair forever. You'll never get to be a stand-up rapper. You will see me become a stand-up rapper soon, once I get up and move the mic and put it up on the table, and I'll put it up high, and then I'll stand up like I'm able to, because it'll be so much higher, and I'll say, "Hooray, I can stand up now." Then I'll feel like a super good guy. I'll feel like a super big cow. The INFJ session is not Aaron, no. He told me at the very beginning, and Aaron, he said, "Go ahead, record it, but share it privately. I don't want you to publish my video, see, oh yeah. Alright, I want to irritate Sky Gear tonight. Hey Sky Gear, oh yeah. I'm using my SI and my FE. I remember when Sky Gear made fun of me for saying oh yeah. So now I'm gonna oh yeah him, oh yeah. That means I'm because he made me mad at him, see? And I'm also using my SI because I remember which was the guilty guy. It was Sky Gear. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Take that, Sky Gear. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. INTP, what are you doing? INTP, are you pooing? INTP, are you making me into some kind of Blaken? There you are, motherfucker. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. You got it now, Sky Gear. Oh yeah, you win. No, I haven't seen Harry Mack freestyles, and I probably wouldn't find them entertaining and mind-boggling. If he was really that impressive and good, then it probably made me feel like a hater should. I mean, not that I see myself really as an excellent rapper or anything, because I'm doing something kind of different than most people who want to be a rapper would ever think of. In other words, I want to explain things while concurrently rapping and singing, which is kind of a strange thing to do, but, you know, whatever ensues. It's not exactly comedy I do, but it's just kind of some sort of fun thing that makes me feel like I'm ensuing in my ring, in my ontological being, inside of my epistemology wheelhouse. What's your epistemological wheelhouse? What's your epistemological wheelhouse? Do you have one? What's your epistemological wheelhouse? Go sit in your epistemological wheelhouse. I like to be in my wheelhouse. What's a wheelhouse? Everybody says wheelhouse, but I don't know what a wheelhouse is. I don't know what a wheelhouse is. I'm not really that much of a consumer of this kind of biz. I'm a creator of it instead. I don't really want to listen to Harry Mack and like it. I got plenty of good music that I like all the time. I don't particularly like to listen to people rhyme or rap or freestyle even. I just like to do it. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, well thanks. Leave it to an INTP to go up to somebody who's freestyle rapping and tell them how somebody else is really good at what they're doing and they're watching right now. That's not very FE sensitive, you know? You might be offensive about this before you say shit, otherwise you'll get my verbal fist in your mouth, just like you did between your eyes. I mean, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Sky Gear, do not shit in my hat, okay? If you want to shit in my hat, why don't you shit some money in my hat and give me a super chat? Instead of just shitting shit in my hat, which I don't want, I don't like that. Rich some Brian Sprigglehead. You're quite dismissive then, aren't you? Well, then go away and find something else to do. Cause Sky Gear, I got something to say to you. Are you ready? Here you go. Oh yeah. That's what I have to say to Sky Gear. Oh yeah. That's what I have to say to Sky Gear. Oh yeah. Hey Sky Gear. Oh yeah. Listen up now, Sky Gear. Oh yeah. Hey Sky Gear. Oh yeah. I doubt I could give him a run for with money if it's really as good and had as much as clout and ability as you say. Then I doubt he'd be better than me because he probably is. And I'm old and I don't have all kinds of skills or knowledge or whatever. I'm not a rapper in college. I am a singer-songwriter instead. Anyway, but thank you. I appreciate it. That makes me feel better about it in my head, where I feel things, in my heart, where I think things, in my spleen, where I live things. Okay, here we go. So, back on topic. Ready? And yo. So, there are 4 fields we need to recall. 4 tall fields, 4 in all. Field number 1 is inside of your brain. Field number 2 is even more lame. Field number 2 is inside of your body. And field number 3 is exciting like Roddy. Roddy Piper is exciting to everyone who enjoys wrestling under the sun. Field number 3 is outside of me, but not in a word or communicative way. See, and field number 4 is external metaphysical. It's where I'm operating right now. So there are 4 fields, and cognitive functions are how the individual interacts with information, flows on each of them, and how it attacks problems. For example, if your operational function is introverted thinking, you're personally designed to do some drinking in time. With what? With parsing. With what? With parsing. With parsing what? With parsing words. thinking is turds. If you're trying to parse what's really important, it's not the appropriate function for that, yo. So you shouldn't do it. Instead, you should use introverted feeling for that if you knew. If you knew what to do when you had to feel things out and you had to know what was important and had more clout to you, then you should use introverted feeling. But if instead you're critiquing somebody's words or what they're saying or whether it makes sense and consistent with itself, then you should use introverted thinking. I bet it's better for your health, it's better for your wealth, and it will make you enjoy a good belt. A good belt. A good belt of liquor. I don't get to have any belts of liquor anymore because Typology has made me have to quit drinking. Actually, I learned about Typology after I quit drinking, but I want to make sure I stay on topic. No, I know what you're thinking. This doesn't count as stopping. This is just taking a sip of drink and leaving sound and silence for it to improve, make the rap you see soon. Most importantly, I want to stress the following. Because I'm doing a world record attempt for rapping about typology, you should expect then that I'm not gonna be perfect or super exciting all the time. After all, I'm using extroverted intuition. I'm not using introverted intuition. While I do this, I don't have the time to think or go and think it through it. I have to make it up all up while I go along. So don't shit on my attempt to make a song. Oh yeah. Don't shit on my attempt to make a song. Sure, it's an attempt, it's all wrong, but that doesn't matter, okay? Don't make me mad at you. Hey, I don't like that today. I want you to be nice. That's why I did a variant of this. So we can do it twice. This one is a different rhythm. It goes more like this, and given that it does, I should rap more in time and forward trochaic like this because it is in time with the way the beat goes. It is the right kind of thing to do when you rose. When you hear trochaic beats like this, they require you to rap in time almost like 1 and 3 and 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 then you change. Okay, so we talked about the fields. Are you ready to talk about meals? Is this one not looped properly? That doesn't sound like it, does it? Okay, we'll go with the Wooka Wooka instead. Wait, no. God damn it. Don't stop beat. Don't. I'm not stop rapping. I'm just having problems. Okay? Sometimes one experiences technological difficulties. So if I wanted to be super very, very good at fixing this, well, I'd have to use extroverted thinking. I need to use extroverted thinking. Now I can attend to a matter at hand by thinking extrovertedly about it now. How, man? Because I can evaluate it in terms of an achievement or a problem to fix because I want to improve it too. I want to make a solution juice that is delicious to drink. Solution juice. It's my favorite thing, but it comes from extroverted thinking. And while I disapprove as legends fall of other people's bad or failures or falls in the extroverted thinking way when they affect me, ultimately I'm subject to criticism, see, because it's my critical parent function. In the 6th slot, it means it's the junction between me and my operational value and the world's demands. That's what the 6th function does do. It's called demonstrative by socionics. Do you know that? Well, it's true. It's called demonstrative because it's what you demonstrate when you don't do what you want to do. When what you want to do don't work. In other words, if TI is a jerk, or some kind of jerk doesn't like TI, well then I'll provide extroverted thinking. Why? Because I'll agree that I have to have utility to justify the legitimacy of my conclusions. In other words, while the conclusions are legitimate, correct or wrong, or somehow legitimate, in other words, these are those things, but that doesn't mean they're useful to bring to anybody. They can't do anything with it, so they might just say be through with it. And as a consequence, you gotta provide sometimes backup TE to TI. if you're an ENTP or an ESTP. And why? Well, I just explained it. See? Yeah, I just explained it, but I could explain it more. So, first of all, it means third slot. Extroverted feeling is an absolute value that's got a determinate position on whether something does meet your conditions for being okay. And does it make people like you or hate you or go away? Are people impressed, or do they think you're the best, or do they think you're the worst, and do they think you deserve to be put in the dirt because you aren't any good, and things that aren't good must be pieces of wood that should be underground once they're not on a tree? After all, if they're found, then what about me? And that's why I say again, where was I talking about? I don't remember when I began this particular line of thinking, but anyway, I'll see if I can find it when I look back in my memory with my introverted sensing to thee. Oh yeah, it was extroverted thinking I believe I was talking about. Now let's segue to SE. Wow, that's a different function, I guess you could say. It's the function that you do every day when you do a thing, when you execute what you said you would do, when you follow through, when you accomplish or pull the trigger to, when you stick it out, when you follow through, and when you accomplish and pull the trigger to. It's opportunity. It acknowledges that, gee, I got a shot to get this thing, but it'll be lost if I hesitate, ringing around all the ideas possible. It'll be gone before I'm possible. So extroverted sensing, so it's on a scale of force, and that's one aspect of it, physical force. Knowing how much to push to, of course, open the door. Or if you push way harder than you need, then you're not using very good extroverted sensing. Of course, knowing how much impact will happen when you do something can be like a cap on your head. You can take it on and off. You can put more force than you need to, of course. But if you're extroverted sensing, then you know you're doing that. It's not just accidental like Sue and Mac at the Subway were when they pushed my sandwich too hard and pushed it down first onto the wood for no reason except they didn't know how to use their SE hit. And in fact, they were okay, I'm sure, eventually after practicing more. But that's because they got the SI workaround. SI workaround to SE polar. SI workaround to SE polar. Even if you don't do much molar work, if you practice it all of the time, eventually you'll have it done, and that is fine. So remember, there's an SI workaround. Yeah, there's an SI workaround. And in fact, SI might be called the learning function. It's the thing that lets you work around any conjunction of two words that doesn't make any kind of good sense. You can work around it within these pences. 10 pence is what it will cost you in Old English money. I've tossed you the figures, so pay it now, please. That's the check. You gotta pay it before you leave. That's the best. It's the best check you'll ever get. It's the check that says, pay me a bunch of money yet. Then I'll feel better because I'll have more money and I'll buy a nice sweater. Anyway, that's not the point of this. I'm trying to talk about cognitive functions, which are terribly, 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 terribly important. INTJ is an interesting type with the NI in the first and then the TE. It makes them kind of like and similar to me in some ways, being intuitive, but different because they share no cognitive functions, and their extroverted thinking is countervalued by me, which can create some conflicts in frames and understanding, see, but does not necessarily, because actually INTJs and I respect one another with the fifth slot way. A fifth slot function gives us information about the external world and whether it's good enough to be our girl, whether it's the kind of girl with whom we like to twirl, whether it's ice cream worthy to swirl. These are the things we learn with our fifth slot about the external world a lot. So if you think somebody is super dumb and you have no respect for that guy, and you say, son, you are just terrible, bad, horrible, I don't like you. Well, then probably they failed to validate too. The fifth slot function minimum level of competency required before you respect somebody, see? That's what the fifth slot function do, G. Or at least it kind of functions like that. It's an absolute value, that's a fact. But it's also going to mimic your dominant function in how it's approached. So for example, I've got a subject kind of function in my dominant function. Namely, I got extroverted intuition, which is always putting information out on the external field. So when I use introverted intuition, I use it best when I'm doing that, you see. And that's what I'm doing right now, in fact. I'm using introverted intuition to collapse all my extroverted intuition ideas into little rhythmic phrases, because that's what it's doing when you're doing rap. If you're doing rap like I'm doing it, that is how you do it. You put rhythmic phrases that rhyme each other next to one another in phases, and then you accomplish something spectacular. It's called rapping, and it is vernacular words put to musical beats so that you can dance and tap your feet. Oh yeah. All right. Tonight, all night, every night. Baby girl, child, woman, child, girl, baby, woman, child, girl. I'm gonna rock you all night, said wild girl. I'm gonna what you all white. I'm gonna wild what? I'm gonna smile who? Wreck her, I don't even know her, said the comedian. I said wreck her, I don't even know her, said the comedian.
I woke up and got, woke up and take up a toe, woke up and take up a toe. I woke up and got, woke up and take up a toe, woke up and take up a toe.
Which personality type is most likely to say woke up and take up a toe? Which personality type is most likely to say woke up and take up a toe? If you wanna wooka and you wanna take a and you wanna take up a toe, then you should go to the place that they go or may if ever know. Wook up and take up a toe. Okay, here we go. We're gonna continue with the rapping about MBTI personality. Then I believe we were on number 10, which is personality type Jen. We're gonna talk about Jen. Jennifer or Jen, or Jenny if you will, is a personality type and still. We can use her as a good example of what I'm talking about. So this girl I'm talking about, she's an ESFP. And you might think she's not at all like me, because she has SE instead of NE and FI instead of TI. She's got TE in the third instead of FE. And she's got what? She's got NI in the fourth instead of SI. Her epistemology insists in observing why, because she believes she can observe the truth better than she can apply learning that she do. Although she's got both, because the 4-5 you can access both. But like I said before, she's alive with her SI in weird kind of ways, because she's an action type. She says she does stuff that is SI doing. I'm not quite sure how that works exactly. Ruins, maybe go to ruins or something and find archaeological things strewn around, you know? Archaeological lost and found, you know? Oh yeah, all right, all night, tonight, love it, ooh, woo, what? How many things in your butt? 502? That's too many for you. Okay, and here we go. We switched it up to another beat so we could go and make another feat and visit another beach. Perhaps Hermosa Beach, or perhaps Seal Beach. You want to go to Seal Beach with me. You want to go to Huntington Sea, because you've got a lot of SE. So extroverted Simpson has a terrible rap because somebody forgot to loop it, in fact. Extroverted Simpson has a terrible rap. People misunderstand what it is, in fact, and they think it's some kind of douchebaggery. Instead of simply accomplishing stuff, see, and having impacts, and caring about pulling the trigger or following through and stuff like that. If you ask an ESTP, as I said in a video the other day, in your head when you're drunk and it's nighttime, hey, will you bring my car around by morning time? And they agree to it. While it may be difficult to get them to agree to it, they'll follow through with it. Yes, they'll be there in time with your car if they said they would, because they're SC Doms and the dinosaur is the thing that they do when their extroverted sensing controls you. In other words, when it's your absolute value, your implicit value, what you do. Extroverted sense your way through life means accomplishing whatever is right in the moment, but also following through on whatever's most important to you beyond just right now and just tomorrow sound. Instead, things stick around. So right now I'm feeling like freestyling a lot. By the end of this world record, I will not. I will be kinda done with this shit, and I probably won't return to it for a bit because I get tired of doing the same shit over and over. I gotta change it up a bit. That's why I got so many different kinds of videos. I got things like this, and I've got things like those tables things where I explain some cognitive function things. And I don't know, I've got videos of humor too, and I've also got regular songs, and I've got various kind of insulty things where I yell at somebody for being wrong and bringing their wrongness to my table, and then I get mad and I say, hey, you stop it now. I'm gonna wag my finger. That's what happens when I become a singer, when I become Brian Singer, when I become a singer sewing machine. Then I will be going mean. I'll be towing spleen, and I'll be towing mean guys behind me, lean, shining in the sunset. Just like I bet I would if I were inside, outside, anytime, anywhere, anywhere. Okay. We got how much time have we got to so far today? We're gonna find out right now. What time are we at? Well, hell, we've got now only an hour and a half. That means I got 3 hours and 45 minutes left. Yeah. No, I could do that. I could do 3 hours, 45 minutes. In fact, it doesn't seem unreasonable. It seems very reasonable. It's something I could do. It's something I could pull. It's something I will pull. It's something I will do. It's something I will pull. I will pull it off. And that is because I like the attention, and because it allows me to be in my dominant function, which is very easy for me. I just have to continue to say words, and then while we will be excited by the accomplishment that I've made. I set a world record in something that never ever anybody has attempted before. It's very easy to set a world record. If you set a world record in something nobody's attempted before, then you're sure to win. You've got victory in store. Hey look, I've got victory in store. I'm setting a world record before anybody else has ever tried it. That's the right way to do it. You can set it on Friday, you can beat it on Saturday, and then again Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, until it is a fun day to play what? To play excitement. To play, I don't know, something like Right Men. Right Men being a game about how to write men, and how to be a man, and how to want to be a sand-giving person, like the Sandman. The Sandman helps you go to sleep. Isn't that nice of him? The Sandman helps you go to sleep. Isn't that nice of him? I'm guessing that the Sandman probably has good SI. That's why he likes to help people go to sleep. Otherwise, why would he make that his specialty? Nobody knows. There's no reason why he would. He wouldn't, in fact. Should he? Probably not, but maybe he should. I don't know. Could you inform me more about this subject before you go, please? I need to know whether these bees are sufficient bees to make enough honey for my needs, to make enough honey for some beads, to make enough honey for some peas. Okay, I'm gonna try this now. I'm gonna switch it up in a second, wow. But I'm gonna have to stop for a second to successfully switch this up. But I'll continue rapping while the beat has stopped, because that means I haven't broken shot. I have not broken up my record yet, because I switched it up before the beat stopped instead. Now I can push this other thing and a new beat will come, and you will hear it in your ringing in your ears. Wow, that's quite a beat, Eric. That's not a beat. What is that? You might be asking. There, now it's a beat. Just needs to be a little slower. There. Cool. We're square. Like fair. A faucet has dared my faucet to stop delivering water. I wonder why Farrah Fawcett doesn't want me to have water. That is strange. Perhaps she is not my daughter. Perhaps we are typologically incompatible. That would explain why Daryl Hannah doesn't want me to get water. I mean, not Daryl Hannah, but Farrah Fawcett doesn't want me to get any water. She doesn't. Why doesn't Farrah Fawcett want me to get any water? You may be wondering, I'm wondering too, why Farrah Fawcett doesn't want you to do the things that you need to do to survive, like get water. That's not very kind. That's not very right of her, nice. That's not very cool tonight. Perhaps she must be an ENTJ and using you like a cog in her pool today. Yeah. You know what? It's not just yeah. It's oh. Yeah. Oh. Oh yeah. 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 Typology makes everybody say, oh. Oh yeah. Typology makes everybody say, oh my god, oh yeah. Typology makes everybody say, oh Jesus, oh yeah. Typology is personality types for you and me, and it is right, and it makes us say, oh yeah. I love that typology, oh yeah. Ooh, it's sexy, oh yeah. Give me more, give me more, give me more, it's sexy, oh yeah. Okay, I'll give you more. INFP, ISFP, INFJ, ISFJ, ENTJ. Now go away. INTJ. What do I say? ENFP. Who do you do? INFP. Did I say you? ISTJ, ESTJ, INTP, ENTP. Go away. And ISFJ, ESFJ, and ESFP, and ISFP, INTJ, Beta Quadra, INFJ. ENFJ is it? Beta Quadra today, and I got ESTP and the ISTP. And what do you do when you see one way? You say hello there. How do you do? You're an ISTP. Do you want to talk about something smart? Do you want to parse what I gotta say about art, or do you want to listen to Tool? ISTPs like Tool for some reason, even though they suck all beyond any kind of pleasing anybody who's got any kind of taste at all. STPs like Tool. There's no reason to explain it, Paul. STPs like Tool. Why do they like Tool? Tool is not cool. Tool is like school. Tool has long songs. Way, way too long. You might say that's wrong, Eric, and hypocritical, cause look what you're doing now. But this isn't a song. This is a 6-hour freestyle. Wrong. So don't listen to it, that person who's criticizing me in that fashion, okay? It's important to not listen to the person who's criticizing me in that fashion. Don't doubt what I am saying just because you don't like what's playing. Don't doubt the words of truth just because you don't like this beat, Ruth. Don't doubt the words I say. After all, they're correct today. Don't doubt what I tell you. If you do, then you're a poo. I am telling you about cognitive functions and health. I am talking about some growth, personal or even more. I am talking about how to make some wind chimes excite you. I am talking about whether you like wind chimes or whether you like wind chimes. So people always come up, ask me, Eric, who likes wind chimes? What type is the type who is going to like wind chimes? And I tell them it's an ESFJ probably, or some other kind of FJ, because they like to have wind chimes in their yard, making songs in time with the wind when the wind blows, and it rhymes with their end, and then they been outside and they blow their nose into their handkerchief. Why? Because their wind chimes playing. Yeah, probably ISFJs or ESFJs like wind chimes more than other types. Why? Because they're a way to get in time with nature. It lets them know the wind's blowing. They care about things like that, whether it's snowing, whether they're going outside, what they should wear when they do. Why? Because they got SI, a pie, either one or two in their pie, and that makes them care about the weather like my dad does. He goes out of sweater time. We get to eat outside. It's January or February. Isn't that fine? And we get to be in shorts and a shirt. And he enjoys it every day despite the fact that he's been enjoying it for 40 odd years or whatever or more. It's like you think he'd be tired of it now, or at least tired commenting about it, but wow, he still isn't. He still says the same thing. He says every time when we go out and eat on the patio, bring no sweater please. It's eat outside weather, geez. And for him, that's quite exciting, even though it's probably been 60, 70 years since he lived in the snowy area of Pennsylvania where he grew up. That's kind of insane. So it's not Romania, and certainly not Transylvania. He's not a vampire, true, but he's an ESTJ, and that's as close as you can do to a vampire of intuition. Instead of having intuition, he's got experience. He's got experience and some learning. Instead of intuition, he's got some experience. Oh, yeah. Hey, I've got experience. It's making me feel like intuition isn't something that's real. You ask ESTJ, can you know anyway? Without experimenting, they'll tell you no. There ain't no knowledge like first-hand knowledge. That's the truth. There ain't no knowledge like first-hand knowledge, says Ruth. Because Ruth is an ISTJ, or an ESTJ, or an ISFJ, or an ESFJ. One of those four, either way. They like experience. It comprises knowledge for them. Intuition is just uncertain meaning making when you do not know whether you're intuitive enough to, so you rely on your experience instead, including me, really, an SI type. So even though I should have learned before that the doctors weren't to be trusted, I would, with my default method I had accepted for many years prior, which is that you assume the person that you hire is competent to do the job that you hire them to do, and that you don't have to intercede and do the thing that they're supposed to do for you when you pay them to hire them to do the thing that you want them to do for you. Anyway, bring your ideas, bring your mind as well, because apparently doctors don't do so well at their job when it's difficult, when they have to think about stuff a bit, when they have to rationalize or reason instead of empiricize, like treason to genius, empirics are to reason. Like treason to genius, empirics are to reason. So doctors not only have this problem, they additionally have this haughty kind of sodden, self-important feeling about them, and they convey it on to the patients that they're seeing all the time, and make sure they don't believe that the patients themselves and are capable of self-reporting about our bodies or about our health. Instead, they want to do some labs. Well, hell, I mean, might as well look at data, and then we can eliminate some certain things. And then, for example, you don't have bori, and you don't have scurvy as well. Also, you don't have spina bifida. And you know how we can tell? We did some labs. Yeah, that's TE in a nutshell. We did some labs. All right. Oh, good news. Good news, I can tell you, you don't have Down syndrome. Good news, I can tell you, you don't have a crown though. Good news, I can tell you, you got all of your organs. Good news, I can tell you, you are not a gorgon. We did some labs. Looked at empirics. Well, we did some labs and we could tell. You haven't broken either of your arms as well. You haven't broken either of your legs or your knees. You haven't broken either ankle or cheeks. You haven't broken your wrists or fingers. You haven't even broken your nose or your singer. I mean your voice box. I mean your talker. I mean the thing in your throat that is a squawker. Anyway, you haven't broken any of those. How do we know? Because those labs that came back informed us of this. They would have shown some sort of amino acid if they had been broken, your limbs. What do you mean, why didn't we just ask you? You're the patient, dude. We don't ask the patient anything. We're TE people, see? We bring empirics to the table. We test for things. We send you out for labs. And then they bring results to us, and we look at those and say, true, you're okay, I guess, cuz the labs say so. Regardless of you, you're irrelevant to this process, Sue. You've got to understand that. I'm TE, dude. I'm an ENTJ. I'll use my observation of what I see right now, and it will tell me everything I need to know about how, why, what, where, and when. I need to get labs to tell me more about what then. I'll need more labs. Isn't that great? Come again, fate, time again, and time and wait. In my office, an hour or two, I'll order some labs, and then I'll charge you $250 as well. Isn't this wonderful? Isn't this swell? We can eliminate all kinds of possible things. For example, you don't have a ring that's stuck through your heart, made out of brass. Our labs prove that at last. You also don't have cancer at the elbow. Our labs told that, and so now we know. We can eliminate that as a possible cause of the thing that you're complaining about. What was it again? I forget, because after all, you're patient, then you're not very important to this whole equation. After all, it's my attention that you're paying for. Me get to look at some data and know more accordingly based on what the data says. Like I know for a fact that you're not dead. When you came in here earlier, I was, well, the jury was out about that. Is this person dead or not? I couldn't tell. You looked kind of flat. But I sent you out for labs, and you went out and had some blood drawn from you and some pee as well, and they put it through some machine so they could tell that you're not dead. Isn't that good news? You're not dead. Also, Eric isn't pregnant. Instead, he's not pregnant. Aren't you glad we sent him out to do those labs? So now we know he's not pregnant, yo. I'm an ENTJ, high five, ENTJ doctor. Look alive, patient. I'm gonna do a flurry of purposeful look and activity instead of actually doing my job. And that'll make me feel very proud of myself and well, like I am earning the money that I'm taking from you, your wealth that I'm putting in my pocket when I do these labs. Oh yeah, I love some labs. We're gonna send you out for labs. We're gonna send you out for labs forever. How many labs do I need to have done? Until we've eliminated everything, son. Every possible thing that could be wrong with you, we need a lab to eliminate it too. I need to make sure you don't have prostate cancer, but she's a woman. I need to make sure you don't have anus cancer, but she doesn't have that. I need to make sure she doesn't have liver cancer, but she doesn't. I need to make sure she has some kind of answer to my questions in the dozens. But you're not even asking any questions of us. You're telling you we need labs to tell you some stuff. You don't need to ask your patients at all. You just need to go have them make a call to Test Corp or Lab Corp or something like that. Some kind of place where they report information about your bodily fluids to doctors who don't know what to do with it. If Rachel had appendicitis, she'd go to the doctor. They'd test her for a gunshot wound and they'd say, it's beside us. We don't know what is wrong with you. We thought it was a gunshot, but we see now from the labs that you haven't been shot. Otherwise, it'd be trace amounts of lead in your gut. But there's not, so you haven't been shot, so there's probably nothing wrong with you. Go home and get in the cot. Lie down, take a couple of aspirins. Call me in the morning if you're feeling like you're desperate. Okay? That's what I call extroverted thinking. I call extroverted thinking. Extroverted thinking with that intuition and the medical profession. Extroverted thinking with that introverted intuition in the medical profession. Now, sure, granted, ENTJs have introverted intuition in the second slot, but that doesn't mean that they're using it a lot or using it well anyway. They've got demonstrative in E, and hell, that's not a good thing to have if you're a medical doctor, see, because like Rachel and I, we went in and we knew what the diagnosis was and when she had gotten this thing and why and because, and he didn't want to listen to us though, because why? E-N-T-J-N-I. He thought he'd observe with his very little eye, then he'd N-I with his tool function Y. What was wrong with Rachel? And he'd use his wisdom, knowledge, and some labs. Instead, he could have simply asked, but he did not. He doesn't use his extroverted intuition, introverted thinking functions when he wants to, but when he has to. And I failed to apply enough pressure on that bad dude to compel him to grow beyond his function limitations. That's why he executed such a shitty indication of doctor skills when we went to him on that Friday afternoon. He got us in the car and had us zippity zooming off to get some labs then done. We were halfway there before dumb. Wow, I realized after a while he's just telling us we got B12 deficiencies. You know, that's not the case. There's not been any warrant presented in place as to why she would have that. After all, it comes in red meat and side. We eat a lot of that, a whole lot more than most people do, in fact, way more. We eat it like it's a cow, which is made to be eaten, and how could you not eat cows? Because they're so delicious. We eat them all the time. We don't eat fishes. We get plenty of vitamin B, and you should take your vitamins as well. C now too, because we've heard this thing from multiple people how B12 deficiency causes the symptoms. But TE is stupid. Yeah, TE is stupid. It doesn't matter how much commonly those symptoms correlate with that problem, see, because we have a clear antecedent, a precipitating event that's determinate, and you don't want to pay attention to that. You're not intuitive, in fact, you're an extroverted thinker probably with SI, but either in I or SI, either way, it's why you won't listen to me, even though I'm way more genius than you, and I could do your job better than you, except I just don't know anything about it, dude, because most things that need to be known and done in your job, they require some actual thinking, some reason, some questions, some thinking, some answers, some questions, some more questions, some elimination of possibilities as logically impossible so you can make argumentational progress forward. You got to ascertain for certain one thing so that you can operate accordingly from that point. Otherwise, you're just smoking my joint and charging me money for it, motherfucker. I don't want that any more than I want Tucker in my pants. Tucker, get out of my pants. Tucker, out my pants. Tucker, get out of my pants. Tucker, get out of my pants. So now I've got to smoke a cigarette. Why? Because I said before, it's SI in the fourth slot. It makes me fidgety. Fidget, why? Because I fidget. I fidgetize my fidgetize. I fidgetize my cigarettes. Fidgetize my lungs. I fidgetize my lungs with my cigarette gum. I fidgetize my lungs and I cigarette my gums. I figure out my what and I figure out my dumb. I am dumb. Very, very dumb about certain things. That's true now, son. I am dumb. Very, very dumb about certain things now. That is true, son. Everybody's dumb. Everybody's dumb about certain things now. That is true, son. Yeah, everybody's dumb. And nobody's smart. Everybody's dumb. And nobody's smart. Isn't that a wonderful world in which we live? Everybody's smart, nobody's dumb. I mean, everybody's dumb, nobody's smart. That's a terrible deal at the value mart. Everybody's dumb, nobody's smart. Everybody's dumb, nobody's smart. That's a terrible deal at the value mart. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I get it. Well, I'm lighting this cigarette, make it better. Make the beat change up. Do something different, don't be a big butt. I get it. I hear what you're saying now, bud. I'll obey. I'll listen to you and do what you say. Ensuing action shall follow your will and what your words told me to do still. That will be what guides me forward. I'll obey and action. Gore. Hard. Blurred. Blah. Yeah. Yeah. These are the words that you say when you don't have any words to say. They went away. Where did the words to say go? They went away. What for? Probably vacay. They went away. The words to say. They went away to have a vacay today. Why? Because they were tired of being used to flame things. Eric, you overworked your words. They're tired. They need to rest. Eric, you overworked your words. You're tired. They need to rest. You can't overwork words, okay? You're turds. Now I'm going to change the beat up a bit, make it a little little different, I guess. I'm gonna do something different with it. Perhaps I'll do something kind of like this. I don't know yet, let's find out. I'm gonna start a new beat, so just give me a second while I get it going. I'm gonna speed it up so you know that you knowin'. Here we go, we're gonna put a kick drum to start shit out. It's good to have some hi-hats to tap along. They help you hi-hat this kind of song. Let's speed it up just a little bit so we know what we're doing when we start our shit. Oh yeah. Still too slow, I think. Let's go up maybe more 10 beats PM. Yeah, that's better. At 170, it's a little bit more like I want it to be. We're gonna pick a snare drum that goes with this. We're gonna put it here where we want our fist to be. Should we stare at that? I don't think so. It doesn't wanna be called fat, even though it may be large. Simply refer to it as a barge. Simply refer to it as cargo that you got to carry. Duplicate these steps. Duplicate these steps. Why don't you just duplicate these steps, motherfucker? Duplicate these steps. You're not a sucker, and you can duplicate these steps. If I were asking someone to duplicate these steps, I should ask someone who is good at it. Yes, that would be someone probably with TI, somebody who could be an engineering type. I mean a sound engineer, not a growth engineer, not a bridge engineer, not an engineer of what is dear, not an engineer of something no good either. Instead an engineer, Mr. Stevers. Here we go, I'm a Capricorn. But that's not a typology matter. I scorn it for the rap today as a consequence because, hey, that would interfere with my world record setting ways. I'm setting world records every day. Actually, I'm not. I'm setting world records every day, except actually, I'm not. You might think, hey, Eric sets world records every day, but he really doesn't. This is the special occasion when I'm setting the world record now. We're rapping the longest freestyle about how MBTI is so important and so good, and how everybody should understand the world through its frame. Cause other frames are lame, and this frame is great. Like my very name is Poop Face. My last name's Poop Face. First name, Baby Pig. My name is Baby Pig Poop Face. Baby Pig Poop Face. Yes, it is. My name is Baby Pig Poop Face. Baby Pig Poop Face. Yes, it is. I think I want this even faster now, dude. There we go, up to 180, cause it runs a little smoother and a little longer, and it goes and moves a little bit like a water. Now it moves better. It moves a little better. It moves a little better than your mom's face and your sweater. Moves a little better. It moves a little sweater. It moves a little better than mom's face and Heather's face. Moves quite well, but not as well as this, because it's swell. And Feather's face and Heather's face, mother's face, is a feather in a mace, in a vase. Don't put a feather in a vase, it's not a flower. That's not where it goes. Are you dour? Are you dumb? Do you need a shower? Don't put a feather in a vase. Stop putting feathers in vases, motherfucker. Stop putting feathers in vases. Stop putting feathers in vases, motherfucker. Stop putting feathers in vases. Hey, who put this feather in my vase? I don't want no feather in my vase. Who put this fucking feather in my vase? Get the feather out my vase. Get your feather out my vase. I don't want a feather in my vase. I don't want this feather in my face. I don't want Heather in mace. Don't give me Heather's mace. I don't want Heather's mace. I also don't want Heather's face. You should never have removed it from her in the first place. That was very rude of you. Inconsiderate too dude of you. to take her face away. What's she gonna do for her face for the rest of today? She'll have to be faceless. She has no eyes or nose, no lips, no skin, no things like those that you need to roll around in the world like a normal person who doesn't scare boys and girls with your facelessness. Instead, you took Heather's face and you put a feather inside of my vase. You must be an ESFP to have disrupted my day so thoroughly, you see. So let's talk a little bit about typology. Accordingly, that segue C made the preceding words all topically okay. They made them relevant to what I gotta say. For all more hours or way, I gotta somehow figure out a way to continue this until 1800 hours. I don't know. Maybe not quite that far though, but regardless, sometime in the future. So I better get on and suture up my failure wounds, because I got to do this all afternoon. I gotta continue to rap about MBTI typology, why? Because that's what makes it a world record, sire. Other people rap for longer than me if you rap about any old topic, gee. But I'm trying to limit it to MBTI. Although right now I'm sort of framing it why in this kind of meta-ish kind of fashion, describing how in fact what I'm doing is okay, and wow, look at this, it's part of the world record, even though it's kind of about the world record and not really about typology. It's appropriate typologically for me, see, because that's the kind of thing that ENTP is gonna do when they just talk a bunch of random words like this. Their attitude, their attitude, they're platypud, and they're a platypus. And if you're a platypus like me, then you gotta always rap about something, see? Anyhow, we're gonna go back to the topic now. Make sure we're on topic. And the topic, if you recall, if you had fallen in hard times and forgotten the topic, don't worry. I'll remind you now what it's on. It's Jungian Cognitive Functions by Carl Jung. Carl Jung was a guy who lived in Europe and came up with some idea. He said, I've got a thought that maybe everybody has a shared unconscious idea. They go to an unconscious IKEA, which is shared by everybody, where they go in and see a piece of furniture that they want to take home, which is something like an attentional dome, which they put on their head. It makes them see the world through its lead-colored glasses. Lead-colored glasses are gray, I guess. That's the color of lead most days. Anyway, the best lead is very gray, I guess. The point is they're lead-colored glasses. And the IKEA that we share is the unconscious. And it's collective in the sense that we collect in IKEA to get furniture, I guess, is the best analogy for what Carl Jung was saying. But it's actually wrong, and he got it out of his butt. But the thing that he got right was cognitive functions. And that was a minor bit of what he was talking about. Anyhow, we're talking about it now. Much more than Carl Jung, wow. A lot more than Carl Jung ever did. We're talking about how it works inside of your head. People work in a couple different ways. They're either action types, reaction types, or today, perhaps they're knowledge types, or deciding types. Any of those four are types that they might be. The action types are the NE and SC types. The knowledge types are the SI and NI types. The interface types are TE and FE, while the deciding types are TI and FI. Gee, here we go. Are you ready for more? We're going to talk about how you know and react and so forth, and act and even decide, because those are the attentional manners that comprise cognitive functions as envisioned by Carl Jung way back when. Although he was so dumb about it, actually, he got his own type wrong and thought he was INTP. Everybody wants to be a TTI type, even though we're useless, totally useless. We just tell other people why they're wrong. But people think they want to be intellectual and strong like us because we're NTPs. We got the bust kind of verbal reasoning skills and sound so smart. You sound so smart. I want to be smart like that. I'll go to the mark and buy INTP as the label that I put on the hat I wear. And then you will see that I'm an INTP and you will respect how smart I must be. Well, it doesn't work like that at all, Mr. Man. Let me tell you that. I can tell you it's a can of spam that you're trying to by thinking it's a pot roast. And when you get it home, you'll be disappointed. At most, you'll be able to choke it down. You won't want to choke it down, but you can choke it down if you have to, I guess. But that's a clown move. Not wise or intelligent. Instead, it's misdisguised in the element, misapprehending what we're talking about and thinking that it's some kind of, I don't know, spout of labels or spout of labels. or spell of some kind of Tower of Babels. So what was the first language people ever spoke? They spoke the language of the heart. That's right, we were born a long time ago with hunter-gatherers and farting around campfires after eating antelopes and gazelles. We were still evolving as well, according to Jordan Peterson. Anyway, I'm creative because it helped the tribe in some way. It brought us together, I guess. Back when we were hunter and gatherers, yes, they needed me there to make a bunch of jokes and make up a bunch of random shit and blow smoke and fidget and jiggle and run them around and rap and make these freestyle sounds. The tribe totally needed that. Without it, it would have died. That's why we evolved to include this in NE, which is the dominant me. It's not NI, but although I value that too, see, because it's my 5 in the 5th slot. It means I value it in the world a lot. But I don't make any sense evolutionarily. I'm absolutely useless, see? I don't make any sense evolutionarily. I'm absolutely useless, see? The species doesn't benefit from doing this at all. It doesn't benefit from doing this at all. It certainly doesn't keep you alive so you can reproduce and all and pass your genes on to future wives and different lives and distant lives down through history's times. It doesn't make any sense at all. This is not any kind of survival skill. I can't survive a mountain lion attack by giving him this fiery rap. I can't say, hey, get your teeth out of me, Jack, or I'll call you a stinky turd. You're a loser and a stinky turd, Mr. Mountain Lion. Go eat a bird. Don't eat me with your teeth, cause I'm a battle rapper and I'll make you experience defeat. Then you'll feel shame, go home and feel lame. Cry in the bathroom, call your mom's name, because I embarrassed you with my rapping. So listen, Mountain Lion, don't be putting your crap on my plate. I don't want any of it today, any day, other ways other than how I hear you. Okay? I know it doesn't make any sense to you, but hey, just listen to me and do what I say. And don't be like that. Go away, Mr. Mountain Lion. I'm rapping any style, and that's how I say survival all this while. I've survived in my hunter-gatherer tribe by battle rapping all the monsters and mighty beasts of the forest who will eat me for the feast and bring me to their children so they can tear my flesh from my bones and devour it. But instead they don't. They avoid an hour of rapping by me, which will be required before they could eat, see, and they knew that I'd handle them. I'd put their egos in check when I insulted using my mean words. Then those bad monsters and beasts of the forest will run because they know they've been battle rapped now, son. Oh yeah. Let's not forget, everybody. Oh yeah. It's important to remember. Use your SI. Oh yeah. What are we remembering? We're remembering Sky Gear. Oh yeah. He really likes it when we say oh yeah. So don't forget to, when you see Sky Gear, say oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah. First you say oh, and then you say yeah. You make Sky Gear come in his hat. He loves it when you say oh and yeah. It makes him envision hentai. Give it to him. Give him the oh. Give him the yeah. See his men come out his pants. Squirt some stuff. Cause he loves that oh yeah so much. Oh yeah. Sky Gear. He loves some oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sky Gear is an INTP. So he loves the oh yeah, you see. I'm going. Bobby son, I'm going to keep rapping. When I'm done, you'll know it, but it won't be for a couple more hours. I haven't even gone 2 hours yet. A little less than that, I guess, because I started about 12:16, so I'm an hour and 50 minutes in, you see. I got 2+ hours more to go, minimum, before I inadequately go enough to say I set a world record. So I'm going to do at least 4 hours on the topic of MBTI. I'm trying to bury religious lie, stay focused on MBTI, and only talk about attention to lie, relevant things, like how I say oh yeah to Sky Gear. That's about cognitive functions, dear. That's about how INTP and ENTP remember what they say, see, and what the other said, and then they hold it against them in their head. and then they shit on them in this rap instead. And it's a quadra thing. You wouldn't understand, okay? Oh yeah. Rap about the British, okay, well, I do have to link it to MBTI, but I'll rap about the British and I'll tell you why. I've had a number of clients from the British Isles, some from Manchester or Wales or Wales or some place like that instead, like Ireland or Scotland or Redlands. Redlands isn't really part of Irish England, but you get what I'm getting at. Anyway, English people, like regular people, all have personality types. Isn't that remarkable? Isn't that what you like? Isn't that what you wanted to hear about, right? English people all have personality types. And here we go. Some of the types of personalities that the English people are likely to be see, well, their culture is rather FE. Hence, they're always feeling awkward. Now, British people are easily embarrassed, and yet they're also easily made drunk, I guess. And so that's kind of a contradiction, it would seem. But it's not if you like your fiction green, which is to say environmentally friendly, like I do, see. You gotta have friendliness to the environment before you do anything else. Why? That it's required to live. So be nice to the environment, Jeff. Anyway, here we go. I'm getting tired, but that's okay. I could just eat some type of food over there and my tired will go away. I got some turkey on the plate. As I pour it is great. I don't need my food so hot. I could just eat it whether or not it's warm or cold, whether it's new or old, whether it's saucy or bold, whether it's flavorless or old, doesn't matter. I can eat it as long as it's got calories, because I just need some nutrition in me. Otherwise I'll be exhausted, tired, not free, too much worried anxiously about my hunger, about my face, about my fate, without starvation. So, oh yeah. The takeaway of this is, oh yeah, okay? Alright, all night till the morning light. Oh yeah, INTPs. They love to watch hentai, you see. Oh yeah, INTPs. Rub them out. Oh yeah, INTPs. They love to watch some hentai, you see. Oh yeah, INTPs. Go ahead and rub one out. All the INTPs in the house, take out your wiener and give us a shout. I'm gonna say, oh yeah, then you can rub one out on the floor. INTPs in the house, give a shout. Raise your hands up. I'll raise the roof now, cause I'm about to say, oh yeah to you, so you can rub one out. What does oh yeah mean? It means some hentai scene with some girl taking tentacles in her orifices and saying, oh yeah? Apparently, that's what it brings to mind. I didn't think so at the time, but Sky Gear informed me it was fine, after all. I asked him just the other day, hey Sky Gear, can I say oh yeah again now yet? And he said, no way. So then 5 minutes later, I said again, hey Sky Gear, can I say oh yeah yet? And being INTP thought a bit and did the math on it, and he said, not yet. So then 5 minutes later, I said, hey, Sky Gear, in your head, have you decided yet whether I can say it yet, or whether I still have to wait some more, I bet? And he said what? He said, let me check. I gotta do some linear algebra on it, and he did. And then he said, no, not yet, Eric. It's too soon to say, oh yeah. What are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? I asked him. I want to know what we are waiting for. He said he's waiting for his cum to restore because he's waiting for his ejaculation powers. Oh, I see. I said, how many hours has it been since you last ejaculated at your head of your penis? He said it's only been 15 minutes. And I said, well, how long do you think I'm going to have to wait before I can say, oh, hey, yeah, and you'll find it great enough to make you ejaculate in your face again, cuz? I could say, oh yeah, now, but it wasn't good enough to make you go again. Cause it's only been 15 minutes since last when you had rubbed one out the last time. I said, oh yeah, no doubt. Oh yeah, make you think of hentai. Oh yeah, make you think of tentacle porn. Oh yeah, makes INTPs think of tentacle porn. What do you think about that, INTPs? You love you some tentacle porn. INTPs are famous for loving tentacles on their cartoon ladies. INTPs are famous for loving tentacles on their cartoon ladies. So actually, INTJs are more freaky, I suspect. Any day, any week, INTJs will beat, I suspect, the NTPs in freakiness in their meat. I know that INTJ girls are kind of like, treat me like a whore, you know, and beat me up some more, and they're kind of weird like that, I guess, supposedly. At least I believe it. See, because what? It's the NITE, I guess, you see. Because if you are knowing the truth about how to do stuff, then you know how to do stuff to you stuff. And you want stuff done to you that you know how you want it done to you when they do it to you. That's why you do it to you. So you do to what I said to. You take it up the butt with a pineapple. With a pineapple. INTJs like pineapples in their butt. INTJs like pineapples in their butt. INTJs like pineapples in the butt. The whole fruit. Not just a ring, not just a slice, not just a yellow piece so nice. That would destroy the fruit inside. You gotta preserve it for later, so put the whole fruit up your butt, says INTJ. Put the pointy end up first. I like that. It hurts a lot. And I find that sexually hot. I like that. It hurts a lot. And I find it sexually hot. I'm a weirdo. I'm an ENTJ, or an INTJ, or an ENFJ. Those are the weirdest types in my opinion in any day. The kind who like to dress up as Bo Peep. Either little or big Bo Peep. The former is the one who lost her sheep. The latter is not so well known, but she's the older sister of the former, and so she has some opinions about the sheep losing thing. And so does little Bo Peep, by the way, if you were wondering. Little Bo Peep is an ISFJ. So she was particularly distressed when she lost her sheep that day. She's not accustomed to losing her stuff that much, and she expects herself to be a bunch of harm preventing when called upon to do so, though she doesn't like so because it's operationally not what she is and not who she be. It's somebody different than who she is, see? But regardless, ISFJ Bo Peep, she's the little one, remember? Not the great. Anyway, little Bo Peep has lost her sheep. What did she do with them? I don't know. Little Bo Peep, how did you lose your sheep? You got SI as a dominant function, so you should remember where your sheep are. You should remember to take care of them whether they are far from you or standing real close. You're with the flock, so you are responsible for knowing whether they are near or far, whether you have found them or lost them or yar, whether you have put them on a boat that's not yar enough to stay afloat because it's unbalanced and the moat on either side is water instead. And the boat flips over and you're dead. So little Bo Peep, did you put your sheep on a sinking boat? That would explain why they have gone missing so. And you're an ISFJ, you wouldn't remember if you didn't see it, yo. You didn't experience them drowning. You would not be able to recall and come to town and tell us that they had drowned and that's where they went. So perhaps you didn't lose them, but rather they couldn't swim. Is that possible, little Bo Peep? Have you considered that imaginative feat? Because your SI means that you probably didn't forget where you put your sheep, where you left them after you left the library. Now, where did I leave my sheep? Asked Mary. You gotta remember Mary and little Bo Peep. They are friends. They live across the street from one another. And Mary has a little lamb. Little Bo Peep's got the little lamb's brother, because little lamb's in her sheep. And they are in her sheep, flock of sheep. Little Bo Peep, flock of sheep is ISFJ, treated real nice and neat. They feed them every day. She feeds them multiple times. She cuts all their hair to keep them from getting wiry. She ensures body and shine. She ensures body and sheen. She washes them always with Pantene. It's a fancy shampoo that's made for sheep to keep their fleece nice and neat. But Little Bo Peep and Mary had a rift. Yeah, a division formed over the years between Mary and a little lamb born to Little Bo Peep, who worked with sheep all day up and down the street, leading them their way. So Mary and Little Bo Peep met at the end of the street and had a fight there, I guess. Mary was an ISTJ, whereas Little Bo Peep ISFJ anyway. ISFJ Bo Peep tried to use her wonderful nice FE to get through to her ex-friend Mary, who had a little lamb. But Mary wasn't having any of her FE. She may have a little lamb, but she's got TEC, so Mary wasn't hearing her words. Instead, she was acting like a turd. She crossed her arms. She intuited some bullshit about what Little Bo Peep said when she meant to say something else, and Mary wasn't having it. She wasn't feeling well. She was angry as hell at Little Bo Peep, because after all, she lost her brother's little sheep, and that was not very good as far as Mary was concerned. Since they were both ISIs, they both had implicit values of retention of resources, so their attention should be on that end of courses. The ISTJ had some horses, but the ISFJ didn't feel like being held accountable to them because she hadn't really lost a sheep, recall. They had wandered off and gotten into a boat that was leaky and had fallen into the ocean where all the sheep drowned. But Little Bo Peep didn't know that they had been found dead, washed ashore, miles down shore from her. And Mary didn't know that any more than she did her. She was someone who had a limited access to knowledge, as well as Tad and Chad and Thad, who were also there, and were mitigating the fight between the pair, namely Mary with the little lamb and Little Bo Peep, her ISFJ friend, or former friend. ISFJ and ISTJ can have a falling out in that and the following way, because each one's tool is the other one's polar. Neither really speaks the other language, and so more difficulties ensue when there's communication problems. Because there's no queuing for the INFJ to look to see what, to see how, to see who, to see what the ISTJ wants to do. And there's no TE for the ISTJ to think that he's in 2C. So ISFJ and ISTJ, they can have a falling out anyway, like a Little Bo Peep and Mary with their sheep. They can have a fight in the middle of the street. And then Tad and Chad and Thad, who are some other kind of types like ESTP and ISTP, perhaps an INTJ, come to watch the referee this fight away. The ESTP eggs them on, and the ISTP makes sure it's done fairly wrong. Not right, not wrong. Right. Make a fair fight. Meanwhile, the INTJ just thinks, oh my god, how incredibly strange. I can't believe these two ladies are fighting in the street. Everybody's wrong, makes me elite. Everybody does everything so poorly. It makes me outraged, it makes me want to store me away for future generations, because I'm so much more intuitive than these. These people are doing everything wrong now. I'm outraged. Quietly thinks the INTJ. Everybody's doing everything wrong, and I'm not gonna say a thing about it, but Eric will sing about it when he sings his song about my type, and I'm INTJ, and that's what I like, cause everyone's doing things wrong. Yeah, INTJs know that everybody's doing everything so wrong in ways, so which way should you do it though? You should do it the way that's effective, or anyway, a way that has impact. So anyway, a way that will work to attack our goal or our problem, or something that is meaningfully evaluated by some concrete metric about what I would like to accomplish with my FI. Remember that INTJ, they got FI in the third slot anyway. The third slot is a selfish slot for you, which means their FI is what they wanted to do. If an INTJ likes you, you might benefit from their FI, but if they don't like you, then you won't ever benefit from their FI. If an INTJ does like you, you might benefit from their FI, but if an INTJ don't like you, you'll never benefit from FI. The FI selfish, like TI selfish, like FE selfish, like NE selfish, like anything selfish is an expression of the function in its minimal, thin kind of framework. Like for me, it's about how FE I'm doing all this rapping and live streaming, see, but I'm not even looking at your words. I'm just talking to myself, but I'm talking to you guys. I heard you were really excited to see this very exciting video you did. You knew, you see, an explanation, a demonstration of E. That's extroverted intuition, you see, and it's by dominant function. I'm demonstrating it, but anyways, additionally, you thought I can determine whether Eric is cool or not. And I really want you to think I'm cool because I got F the third slot, you stool. That means I'm the one that everybody applauds, and I don't pay attention to any of you clods. And that's FE in the third slot, yo. I want all the attention. I'm a whore. I am an attention whore. I love your attention. Give me some more. I am an attention whore. I love your attention. Give me some more. Hey, you. Why aren't you looking at me? Hey, look at me. Look what I'm doing over here. Everybody gather round, come near. Hey, everybody. Look at me and applaud. Say, wow, Eric, you're really good. Hey, everybody, look at me and applaud. Say, wow, Eric, you're really good. You got selfish FE. That's what you should say if you were honestly assessing yourself today, which you apparently are doing now, since that's what you said, and that was how I said we would know if you assess honestly, is if you acknowledge that you were attention horsey, and I do acknowledge such whorishness in me. I like attention like a whore likes pee-pee, which is a lot. She likes to take a lot of cock. I like a lot of attention just as much. A 6-hour marathon of looking at my butt in the mirror, admiring its roundness and saying, Eric, wow, you got a fine poundness to you. A foundness that says you have been found by somebody named Liz, and she took you to a boutique where they outfitted you in everything, all unique from the top of your head to your toes. You got a sexy hat, I wish I had one of those. You got a sexy hat, I gotta have one of those. You got a sexy hat, I wish I had one of those. The hats don't fit over headphones. Hats don't fit over headphones though. Hats don't fit over headphones. Are you a bonehead, yo? Hats don't fit over headphones. What are you, a bonehead, yo? Hats don't fit over headphones. That's why I'm taking my hat off. It's true. It's true. I want to be comfortable to you. That's an SI thing there too. Comfort's important. It's true. It's true. And drinking is part of it too. Now, because I'm rapping about MBTI, I'd be remiss, to be kind of a lie if I didn't get up and do what I, as an ENTP, am meant to do. Namely, that is, I've got to pull one or two bong rips from this bong here before I do. I will announce it, so it will be part of the rapping attachment that I am importantly attempting right now. If you want to say, oh yeah, wow, oh yeah, all right, that's right. Taylor asks, what's the previous long record for Typology freestyle rap nonstop for hours and hours at that pack? Well, that's the good news, Taylor. You see, I picked a record no one's attempted, so I'm guaranteed to win it. Isn't that smart? Isn't that not timid? That's right. I didn't feel like doing 37 hours straight of freestyle rapping to set the world record, although I could. That would be great, and that would be fine. That would be would, should, and good, but it seems quite a time investment, and I'm not sure when I've got 37 hours set aside that I can go right through and rap freestyle for 36, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28 hours. So I thought I'd change the tower. I changed the tower card into a flower. I'd say, listen, I'll rap for 4 hours, but I'll rap about typology. That's why I was at world record, see? Nobody's ever rapped for typology for 4 hours before. It's the world record. It's the world record, I declare. I'm a world record holder. Oh yeah? You hold the world record in the long jump and the Olympic gold? Well, oh yeah? I hold the world record for rapping about typology, so freestyling for 4 hours about Jungian cognitive powers. Jungian cognitive flowers. They're functions that are very, very pretty, and hours of talking about them, and shitty things have been said between people around, but to let you know in your head, it's sound cognitive functions. It is the meta frame. Cognitive functions are the meta frame. Think about that. This silence is intentionally fat. It's gonna come with the sound of a torch because it's part of this rap. So don't abort the world record attempt when I pull this in, because it doesn't count as taking a break now when I do this. And then I can't begin resuming the talk before I blow it out, because when I talk, I can't let some smoke out, and in time I will complete this rhyme that I began when I started blowing out. All the smoke that's floating about the room, like a broom, like a storm in a broom. Anyhow, let's get on to Zoom and start our typology session. I'll tell you what type you are. I'll ask you some questions. You'll answer those questions. I'll listen to your answers. I'll ask you some more questions. Then you'll answer those questions. Now, not everybody always loves being asked every question that I ask all the time in class, because sometimes it makes them feel like an ass or incompetent or dumb or something like that. I could tell when I asked the INFJ today the ordination questions he got uncomfortable, nervous, felt threatened to a little bit like, oh geez, I don't know how to do these kind of things. He's gonna think I'm dumb. But I said, no, don't worry about it, son. You just are TE polar, you know? I didn't call him son because that would be reductive, so I don't want to be condescending or patronizing in that fashion. It is wise not to do that. So I didn't call him son or slug or champ or tiger or anything like that. Don't take me literally when I say I did that. That's what I'm getting at. Okay, I think it's time to change up the beat again. Are you ready to change up the beat again? Are you ready to change it up? Here we go, we'll change up the beat again, and then you'll have a new beat in your butt. Oh yeah. And soon we'll start that new beat, and you will be excited. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's not playing the way it's supposed to though. And why not? Because I switched this thing to audio, and I will put it back now to this thing here, and now you're going to hear it play so clear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. This is a very serious beat. It's about MBTI's reality, about death and suffering and sorrow. Yo, MBTR is all about death, suffering, and sorrow. If you think that I am not telling truth, then check in tomorrow. Yeah, MBTI is all about death, suffering, and sorrow. If you don't believe that what I say is right, then check in tomorrow. That's right, everybody. Look at that. Ooh, yeah. Oh, alright. False start, shooting blanks. Hey, yo, I shoot up banks. Hey, yo, I shoot your thanks in the face until it dies into, oh, you're welcome, on the banks of the river in hell. Come see my river and bell. My river and bell is the bell I ring when I'm rippering people on the poker table. See, then I play my river and bell. I guess that's what I'm saying. Well, Michelle Way, if that really is your name, are you really Michelle Way? That kind of Istj lady from across the way. Are you really Michelle Way? Are you really Michelle Way? Are you that Michelle Way? Are you from across the way today, Michelle Way, or will you stay here to stay? I hope you didn't come to talk some smack about my rapping skill, because I'm not having that. I already killed Sky Gear about facts similar to that when he criticized my use of oh yeah. You know what he got? A whole bunch of oh yeah. That's right. It's not. Am I? Who, what? Where, when? I don't know. I've forgotten now, man. Anyway, Lady Lou is here. She's an INFJ, and that makes her so dear because they've got social grace and intuition. No, you are not the golfer. She's not either. She's not a golfer. She is a giant beaver who looks like a lady from Korea who plays with the golf club every day in the tub. And that's how she got on the WPGA. Even though she's not a woman, she's a beaver anyway, but that doesn't matter. A giant beaver, she builds a wooden ladder up to a wooden dam, and she lives in a pond underneath the dam. She gets along, but this Michelle Way isn't that lady at all. No way. This Michelle Way is the Istj, who comes and talks shit to me most days, who comes and talks shit to everybody too, who generally has a bad attitude. But it's okay. She's welcome here anyway. Why? Because this is talking with motherfucking famous people. Absolutely. We accept typical people. Talking famous people is a Typology channel. But it also seems to be a steeple for difficult and troublesome assholes. And that's okay. Like Jack Torrance today. He's always the same goddamn way. Incredibly confrontational and adversarial. Not always. Sometimes he's not. He tries to be nice occasionally, but generally he's looking to pick fights with whom he sees. Michelle Way is also very sensitive like that. She gets kind of blah, 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 and about nothing at all. And every time everyone says anything wrong about Istj, she comes in with her fire on fire and she's screaming and she's got her skirts up and she's like, oh, I'm angry about that. Well, Michelle Way, it's a fact that people talk shit about ESTJs all the time, but you don't have to listen to what they say anyway. It doesn't matter, it's fine. Oh, relax. No, Michelle Way. I'm just having play. Just relax, don't feel bad about yourself. Don't say your family hated you. If that's true, God, it's totally sad. Jeez, dude. It's awful. You're not a troublesome asshole. They're just the words that rhymed, and so I needed them so. And so I took it, you know? It's like low-hanging fruit, hanging low, hit you in the goddamn nose. You pick it off and put it in your bag, and those are the fruits you get today. Low-hanging fruits is easy to pick. Like low-hanging fruits is easy to dick. Like low-hanging fruits is easy to pick. Won't you want some low-hanging fruits? Try this one. It hung lowest. That makes it the juiciest of the grove. It's a delicious nectarine peach. Try this one. It hung super low. That makes it the juiciest so. This is poor NI, of course. Do kick on topic in the course. Because, look, if you think hanging low makes fruit juicier because so maybe, I don't know, it's hanging lower to the ground so the gravity of Earth is pulling the juice down more or some ridiculous thing like that, that would be an example of NI attack, a bad NI attack, where you got your NI wrong. Hanging lower to the ground doesn't make you more strong and juicy flavors if you are a fruit. Instead, it just makes you likely to get hit by a boot. And that's the truth. And if you think otherwise, you got poor NI, dude. Yes, that guy I typed this morning had excellent introverted intuition in regard to he answered how he answered the questions where I said a little anecdote and then I said to him, listen to me, man. Listen to what? Listen to me. Listen to me about my dad. My dad is Dr. Strauss, you motherfucker. Don't make him mad. He's not Mr. Strauss. He's Dr. Strauss. I'm Mr. Strauss. I'm his son. I live at his house and I'm a loser in his eyes. But that's okay because he's a lot of guys. And I'm an intuitor instead. So I'm just going to be okay with it in my head, in my heart, and in my spleen, in my chest, and in my elbows. Everywhere, wherever I will go. I'm going to be okay with whatever now. Okay, so what were we talking about? I got to finish that thought. I would hate to leave it unfinished. What would I do? Wow, that would be terrible. I never leave thoughts unfinished. it would be like probably not finishing his spinach. Switch it up a little bit with a slight variation on what came before, and you the beat. It's called Uno A, Uno A, Uno B, Uno C. There are variations on the same beat sheet. In case I want to drop out some, just leave this part on along. Then I'll be like a breakdown in the song. Everybody paying attention, things getting intense, and people lighting their lighters like this, and people going, oh my god, the energy is building up to such a cacophony. When this shit drops, it's gonna drop so hard. Oh my god, thank you, almighty Lord. And drop. And drop. And give me 20. I said drop and give me 20. If I am an Istj, it is conventional for me to become a drill sergeant and tell you drop and give me 20. Said drop and get me 20. 20 push-ups, that is. You got in trouble with me and my attention has been directed to this. I said drop and give me 20. You got in trouble with me. I wanna see you on your knees. Drop and give me 20. First you got to drop, says the Istj cop to the victim in tabs. He says drop to the ground, man. Drop and give me 20. When the guy says 20, what? The cop says, hey, don't be a smart butt. Hey, just do what I goddamn say. Or drop and give me fucking 20. So the guy drops and gives him 20. $20 from his pocket, that is, because he genuinely didn't understand what this cop meant when he said drop and give him 20, because he hadn't been in the military or been around men who do say things like that to their friends or their men or whatever. And so he didn't know it. He had never heard it. He didn't know any better. As a consequence, he tried to give the cop $20 from his sweater, and the cop said, $20? I don't want this. I said, drop and give me 20. Now do it on your fist. And the guy said, I still don't know what you want. 20 what? 20 in this case should be an adjective that comes before a noun. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do while I'm on the ground, because you told me to give you 20, but not 20 what? And 20 by itself means nothing, or if it means anything, it means money. But I tried to give you that, and listen here, honey, turned it down. You said, no thanks, I don't want it. Please stay on the ground and give me 20. 20 what? I repeated, and still I didn't know, and still you didn't tell me. And so now, whoa, we're having this conversation ongoing. What fucking 20 things do you want, Dawn? My name's not Dawn, said the cop. I thought maybe we could get along if you would just stop ignoring what I'm telling you to do and obey my warnings. I told you to drop and give me 20. And you said 20 what? Like a smart butt. You know what? You know what? 20 what? I mean 20 push-ups, that's what. Oh, says the guy, 20 push-ups? Why didn't you say so in the first place? I said, well, give me 20. And the guy says, okay, I'm push-upping away. But after the push-up that he does, that guy can't do more because he has very weak arms and doesn't do push-ups usually. So the cop shakes his head and says, tisk, 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 what a weak ass bitch you is. Piss, piss, piss on you all day, all night and all evening. Why? Because we're even and Stevening. You are Steven, you are Fred. You deserve to be made dead because you have failed my TE test and I don't like you. I view you as incompetent. You're an incompetent fool because you're an intuitor. You just sit there and drool. I view you as incompetent. You got no value to me. Stupid intuitor. Have the fetish for creativity. Intuitors. I do not like you. You are intuitors. Say certain sensors in certain contexts. Intuitors. I do not like you. Intuitors. You make me mad. Say certain sensors in certain contexts, like my dad. Not explicitly, but that's what he's trying to get at. Gonna switch it up in the beat, in fact, right now. Wow, you did it. You succeeded. You didn't fail this time. You didn't beat it. You didn't let it beat you. I mean, I should have said. Instead, you beat it, like you said, with your head. You got it right. You didn't get it wrong. For a change, you got it correct this song. The switching of the beat. You didn't have to stop. Nobody had to stop their feet, but it did switch the beat up, and it still maintained the same tempo. So when you switched it up, if you did it fluidly, it didn't seem so herky-jerky, bad and rejective. I mean, repulsive is what I meant to say. Yeah. Repulsive isn't reductive, just like Paul's not a duck. Repulsive isn't reductive, just like Paul's not a duck. If that makes sense to you, then fuck. You just might be a TI polar, or maybe, I don't know, NI polar, because it doesn't really make any sense. Oh, right, I was gonna tell a story about when that INFJ guy, I asked that question, and how he answered when he said the answer to that question. What was the question I was gonna talk about again? I forget. What was it now? Let me think. Well, one thing from that session I'll tell you. I asked him the troll question. He'd not heard it. He'd heard about the typing from his girlfriend who'd got typed by me in an earlier session. Anyway, he'd not watched my videos himself. He wasn't really that kind of guy who knew a lot of shit that I had done before, so I could be liberated in asking all other questions that sometimes are a task, like, hey, the troll question, you heard it before? And a lot of people go, yes, I've heard it before. And so then I've got to throw the troll question out the door because it's just not useful for me. Anyway, anyhow, anywho, any see, any say, any doubt, any do, any we, anyway, any wow, any woo. Here's how he answered the question. He's like, well, I'd have a meeting and I'd talk to everybody. And we try maybe to negotiate, or I'd elicit ideas from everybody and figure this problem out. I'm like, wow, that's super interfacey. That's such an interface answer, see, because you are saying I don't want to know what to do and take action before I'm actually in the environment dynamically, where I can react interfacively. And so he gave me such an interface answer that I wanted to make sure that we all had a chance to hear it. So I told it to you right then, dear, and I hope that you enjoyed it. I hope you've had fun, and I hope that you recall it tomorrow once this is done, and think that, wow, that story is so compelling. I still remember it today. If you recall everything that I say, or a lot that I say, regardless of its relevance, then perhaps you're an SI type like me, cause we remember what we see and hear and do and whatever, up to a point. It don't matter if it's clever or if it's joint. It don't matter if it's Trevor's favorite point. But it is the thing that we'll recall because it's what we heard or what we saw. In other words, we aren't observing the external world so much as observing our movement through it and what happens to it and happens to us as we move through it. We associate things as linking to us. We're the center of the universe because we are the SI people. So we think that the world is evil, kind of, in a certain kind of way, like how shit objects in my way will bang randomly into my knees or my legs and leave bruises on them every day. That's not cool. Space objects, so fuck off. Space objects, that's not cool. Space objects, so fuck off. A space object. Now, listen here, furniture. I don't like how you got pointy edges on your corners. That's how people get gouges in their corners. That's how people get bruises on their thighs. That's how little children gouge out their eyes. Stop having sharp points things in my house. Stop having dull points as well while we're at it, because dull things can bruise you too. It's not just sharp shit that will puncture though. True. And dull shit won't puncture you, but that's minor consolation in the larger scope of things. If your intuitardation is like mine and you have a tendency to run into this thing, that thing, and that other one over there, and a chair, and knock it over on your way to the stair, if you do all that kind of stuff wherever you go in your underwear because you forgot to put on your trousers before you left the house, You might just be an intuitard like Mouse. I mean Strauss. I mean me. I mean Eric. I mean me and Rachel and we and thee and why. Because this is an intuitive place to hang out. If you like to hang out here, good chances you either are intuitive or like them. Cause I am very intuitive in my behavior and what I enjoy. I may not always be on point because it's not in I, you see, but in E. But nevertheless, it's done intuitively. It's not really very sensory. So you'll hear in my raps not a whole lot about stuff that I do or that, or what it looked like, or the mist, or the wetness of the water. You won't hear about the smell in the air when I went to visit my daughter. You won't hear about how it felt in the weather air, whether it was cold or hot or there. Because I don't find those details very interesting anywhere. Regardless, I am intuitively engaged in the world distantly, disengagedly from what I be and see, because I do it intuitively. So if you don't know what it means to be intuitive being, then you don't know how shitty it is, and you just think that it is what you read about in type descriptions. Oh my God, so intuitive. Read about in type descriptions. The mystical type. This is a mystical type. The empath. Intuitively insightful. Like a genius empath. The intuitive magically accomplishes wisdom enlightenment. Why? Because they're an intuitive. Actually, intuitives accomplish being stupid. Actually, intuitives accomplish being lame. Actually, intuitives are a bunch of babies. If you're intuitive, you're probably the same. That's why they call me baby pig poop face. They call me baby pig poop face. Born in the year of the pig. Eternally a baby. And thirdly, I should say, my face is a poop lady. I got a poop face, and I'm a baby pig, and I'm an ENTP, so that's not a strange wig for me to be wearing at all, because that is consistent typologically with whatever I think I am, yeah. Or you think I am as well too, Sam, because I'm so textbook, it seems that almost everything I do is ENTP. Like, check out this cool shirt. I'm so cool because I have this shirt, and it's important to me to be cool because of a shirt. So listen, one day I was watching Blue Exorcist, which is an anime that at the time I thought was the best. I saw it on Crunchyroll, and it was super good, about an exorcist with magic powers. It should demonize or exorcise, get rid of the demons regardless of the shape or size, get them leaving so they don't cause trouble. That was what Blue Exorcist was about in a bubble. Anyway, the main character, he wore a shirt that said "Thank you 39", and the font on the shirt looked exactly like this, and it said "Thank you 39". And why does it say "Thank you 39"? I didn't know it at the time when I bought it, but because it says "Thank you" up here and instead 39 here, this isn't actually 39, you see, but the Japanese characters were "Thank you". Isn't that funny? Thank you looks like 39. It says "Sanksu" or something like that. I don't actually remember the details exactly, but why? The reason why I have this shirt on, I think, wow, that's cool. And somebody cool is gonna go, "Hey, is that for Blue Exorcist?" And I'll go, "Yeah." And they'll be like, "Yeah, righteous. We're in on the secret cool club because I'm FE third." Because I'm FE third, I'm a big nerd when it comes to wanting to be recognized for having something cool or being something cool, because I want to be recognized. I don't want to be dorky and lame. I want to be super cool, like a named person who is super cool, like, I don't know, Matt Damon or maybe RuPaul. Are Matt Damon and RuPaul super cool people? If so, then I'd like to join them in their steeple of people who are super cool like that, because I like to be super cool. That's a fact, and I got this shirt to increase my cool points. I think I got at least 3 more than I had before, but it's not enough yet still. So I think perhaps I'll get cooler still. Here we go. It's time to get even cooler right now. You thought I was cool when I was standing over there. But now look at me. How cool am I with this hair? You thought I was cool when I was just walking stairs. But how cool am I now with all this hair? Being third saw Effie means being acutely aware that I am super cool because I got super cool hair. Being Effie third means being super aware that I got a cool t-shirt and I got a cool face and a cool hair. Yeah, I'm Baby Pig Poop Face. Get it a lot. Come to the Baby Poop Face restaurant. Or give it a shot. It's not a restaurant though, it's a restaurant. Which is to say, instead of getting food, words are served your way. It's a restaurant. Come to the restaurant. Come to Baby Pig Poop Face restaurant. Baby Pig Poop Face is my name because I'm an ENTP, and that kind of game is the game that I like to play. I like to play games with words. I'm an ENTP turd, a turd from an ENTP who grew up to be a regular ENTP from the neck down, but his face is all brown underneath the makeup cause I'm poop face. I got a poop face. Yes, I have a poop face. You don't have a poop face, which makes me the superior race cause I have a poop face. I have a poop face, and you don't have a poop face. That makes me superior race, cause I have a poop face. A baby pig, a poop face. A baby pig, a poop face. That's a personality type in place of MBTI. Another kind of different way of personalitizing people in different sets because a baby pig poop face, yeah. A baby pig poop face. If you like babies, you like faces, you like poop, and you like pigs, then you are certain to like this gig, cause I'm Baby Pig Poop Face. If you like babies, and you like pigs, and you like poops, and you like faces, then you are sure to find plenty traces of the things around here, cause I'm Baby Pig Poop Face. I'll bring a lawn chair, settle in, bring a cooler with some beer. Open up, drink it down, sit there and listen to Baby Pig Poop Face. I'm here to teach you lectures about MBTI in a rapological paradigm. I mean, what do they call it? What's the word I'm looking for? I can't recall. It's a fancy word. Oh, what's that? Not paramour. No, that's somebody that's like a girlfriend, like friends with benefits. It's a paramour. You know, for love in French. A creative, what word am I looking for? I can't recall. What is the word I'm looking for? Oh, right. Pedagogy. A pedagogy. I was looking for the word pedagogy. A pedagogy. I'm rapping. It's not pedagogy. A pedagogy. Yeah, rapping is not pedagogy. That means it's my protocol of educating y'all about cognitive functions. Yes, cognitive functions are true and good. You need an education in the dude, and I will rep this education to you. Starting out with the cognitive function too. In my language, TI, I will tell you about it now, and I won't lie. Introverted thinking, wow, you're so right. And now I want to introvertedly think about some stuff. I'm gonna do some logic questions till I have had enough introverted thinking. That'll never be the day, cause it's fun to think so hard, and it's fun to be correct, and it's fun to go and be in the yard and tell someone else that they're wrong and you're gonna break their neck instead, and you don't. You just say it because you're extroverted intuition. Now play it, you don't. Just say it because you're extroverted intuition. Now play it. Okay, what we're talking about, I want to try to finish that thought. It was pretty important. It's pretty important. Like I've been sorting my white clothes from my colored clothes so they don't get mixed up in the washing machine, and the shoes and the clothes and the soles and the whatever else is in those become all pink colored from the red sweatshirt. Even though the red sweatshirt has dirt on it, things don't get brown, they just get red. Cause I guess brown doesn't stain like red does in the ground. If it's ground brown, if it's some other kind of brown, who knows? It might make a stain that might make you brown. What was I talking about before I talked about brown, ground, and red? And seeing potential of each in its head? Oh right, pedagogy, pedagogy. That's right, my rapping pedagogy. A pedagogy, or a pedagogy, I think it's pronounced pedagogy. I really don't know. I not think I really heard it spoken in by a frog or so. I just read it in a book. It means basically a protocol of teaching stuff to a student. Look into how you do it. Whether you do it by standing up there and lecturing, having them taking notes, or whether you do it by standing at the lectern and rapping about those boats. One of those two is a pedagogy, that's preferable to the other two, Mr. Augie, who has his preference about such stuff, because he's a teacher, so he knows enough about education to have an approach to teaching whatever he's teaching, a roach or a pig or a horse or a biology class, of course, which is what he teaches naturally. Anyway, oh yeah, pedagogy, right. Pedagogy, a pedagogy. So, rapping is my pedagogy. I found students learn best when I'm rapping it freestyle like this. It helps them to retain the information well. I tried to teach this material 100,000 different ways, and well, I gotta tell you what makes it stick is when I rap this shit like a dick. That's the only way that people learn. It's the only way that I burn up their ignorance fires of truth. I gotta rap it to them, or you and Ruth won't remember a goddamn motherfucking thing that I taught you in class today, unless I sing and rap it. That's my pedagogical habit. Okay, so here we go. Unit 1, Chapter 1. A cognitive function lecture has begun. Let's start with cognition. It's made up of attention. When you cognate about something, you direct your being towards it in one of multiple possible ways, but a finite number of possible ways. You don't think this plays? Listen more, hey, because I'll explain it so you do soon. Wait, listen, here we go. So what is attention, yo? Well, some of you is listening to what did I say and listening to the words to see if they're fair, you see if they care, see if they're fair, to see if they take into account stairs. But some of you aren't listening like that. Instead, some of you are listening to the beat and rapping style and seeing if it's groovy or if instead I'm a super fucking loser. And others of you still are wishing that you were the one who could well be up here and rapping all the time and telling all the students all the info and rhyme because you think perhaps you're ideationally even more accomplished than me, and that would mean something about your type. You see, it means intuition is right. Anyhow, others of you out there are just staring out the window at the birds and swearing if you could go outside with your 12 gauge, you would do some dark hunting every day, and you wouldn't be locked in this room with me and Zoom meetings from school with your principal, who's not really very cool at all. Anyhow, let me continue with the lecture. So first of all, I should have mentioned at the start, you should always take notes with your heart, your heartfelt notes, your most try hard. Feel it, love it, want it to be in your yard forever, as a statue to look at. That's how serious I want you to take this, okay? Here we go. We're gonna start the next part of the lecture, so start writing notes in a second. Okay, so I should note, at the top of everyone's paper, please write in very large letters O-H, then a space, Y-E-A-H, and then read it out loud in unison. Class, are you ready? Here we go. Oh yeah. Very good, very good. Anyway, now that you've written oh yeah on the top of your paper, which ensures that it will see a good stapler when it comes time to be stapled to the others, we can begin without any further druthers about the lecture I was about to start, which is about how you can tell functions apart or what it means to attend. That's right, I was explaining how each of you might have a different kind of attention while I'm repping this then, and how some of you look at the window and at the birds and the action below. Wish you were outside and doing stuff since. So here comes my dad. I'm gonna have to explain what I'm doing so I don't have to stop. Here comes my dad. This is gonna be a difficult challenge. Hi, Dad.
Just take a minute here. I wanted to show you that.
Cool. Look, it's Mama. I'm currently trying to set a world record, Dad, for the longest freestyle rap about a certain subject.
All right, well, real quick then, Dr. Kadabi is setting a surgery appointment for me. I'll let you know when it's happening.
All right, cool. Thanks, Dad. Oh, yeah, I won't be here forever. Thank you. Well, he's Istj, Dad. I was talking about earlier, and I showed you that he had that frame on my picture from him, and I took that picture yesterday at Cheesecake Factory. He has it framed already. It's my mom. It's a picture of my mom. He has it framed already, not because he necessarily really said he wants to look at it or anything. He likes to do shit like that as a sort of resource put away kind of thing, a source for future days to look at anyway later on after he's had plenty of stay, but never does. You know, that's because it's operational. It's its operational value, not absolute. He wouldn't in his free time want to eat fruit, but he does seem to like to put it into boxes. That's basically what my dad does. So he puts it into boxes, makes it nice and organized, and then tosses it into storage where it stays that way until he decides to get rid of it one day. So that's what he does with everything, and that's because he's an Istj. He's my dad, and he is super, super bad. I love my dad. I love my dad. I love my mom. I love my dad, cause both of them were super bad. I love my mom, I love my dad, and they're both still super bad. Although my mom's not really my mom anymore, and that's kinda sad, and I feel kinda sore or FI about it, except I'm a bipolar, but my mom's got dementia, so she's like in a stroller like a baby. And she doesn't talk. Well, a little bit maybe, but not really. It doesn't make sense or have thoughts that can clarify for us what she's thinking about or listening to our thoughts as well and engage. Instead, she just sort of sits there, does her thing. She's got dementia. Oh yeah, she's got dementia. The deck is wet because I went after Jack and Jill. Oh, great chill. She chased away Jack and Jill. This is indicative of 4th slot SE. She's willing and able to do it, see? To follow through on a plan that we've had before, like kind of in store, which was let's not let Jill and Jack retain access to the hill out back here because they're not our peacocks, they're not our friend Peter. Peter is our only peacock. Jack and Jill, they're just hangers on a lot. And they come and they ask for some food, pester us, and they leave all their poops on the deck. And we don't really like that a lot. Rachel wants to chase them off, and she's got the power, the strength, the ability to do it. They actually aren't hard to frighten or shoo away at all. So that's not really saying much of a tall claim there, that Rachel could do that. Anybody could do that, but that's not the point. That wasn't why I said it. It was because it was part of the rhyme, I bet. And anyway, I believe we were talking before the ESTJ part about pedagogies and after pedagogies, but before the ESTJ part, geez, what was I saying? Something super important, of course. Everything I say is super important. South to north is super important. Everything I say is super important. Super important. If you like things that are super important, well, you're in the right place. Bring your money, because I'm here to have super importance. Okay, super importance, huh? This important? Are you really this important, Eric? This is a pretty important sounding beat. Oh yeah. Everybody get ready. Oh yeah, fuck yeah. Oh yeah, give me more of that. Just right in the vein. I love sensory pleasures. Touch my body. I love sensory pleasures. Go on, touch my body. Ironically, the two types most likely to be the kind of guys who will say that, or girls who say that she or he are the ENTJ and ENFJ with their SE3. That's the reason the way that they're so freaky. Like they want to say, touch me. Yeah, touch my body. Let's have sexual intercourse, you hottie. Of course I will. Let's go back into the back house still. Or into the men's room. I don't care if the ground's dirty. I'm SI polar. I'm an ENFJ. Oh yeah. I say you across the room. I'm thinking of doing you. I'm coming. I'm gonna say hi. I whisper in your ear, hey. Would you like some hay? My name is Faye. I'm an ENFJ, and my name is Faye. Naturally, I'm at a party today. I'm drinking some champagne and having cocaine. And now I'm calling your name. Hey there, stud. What's your name? Craig? No? John? Peg? What? Reg? No? Rage? No? Oh, your name is Paul Cage. So, okay, Paul Cage. My name is Faye. You, Paul Cage, are a sexy ENTJ. Well, I, Miss Faye, am an equally sexy ENFJ. I saw you across the party. I saw you across the room. I took you over there and brought you a broom. We went in the closet. I took your dick and took it out your pocket and put it in my mouth. And then I sucked it until you came in it. And I said, oh, I love that. Because I'm freaky. I'm an ENFJ. A little whorish, perhaps. I'm an ENFJ. Go ahead. Stick that thing up my butt. I'm an ENFJ. Go ahead. Put it wherever you think it goes. I'm an ENFJ. Go ahead. Listen to what I say. I'm an ENFJ. Ooh, you're an ENTJ. Well, I'll listen to what you say. What you want me to put on that thing on my butt with the thing on my head? And what? And why would I put that? I'm not a Sasquatch. What? You want me to do that and watch? Why, goodness gracious now, sir. You must be an ENTJ. That explains what's going on here, you strange, perverted sir. ST in the third slot is selfish and dumb. It likes to fuck a lot. It calls that fun. SC in the third slot. Oh yeah, you're selfish and dumb. It likes to fuck a lot and call that fun. When do you feel satisfaction? You could ask an ENFJ or an ENTJ. They both go, maybe I shouldn't mention that. But they can't think of anything else, in fact, that gives them satisfaction except sex. And so then they say silent. Because, why? Well, because they don't want to say in response to what makes you feel satisfied in life, fucking. You know, that's not a very romantic answer or intellectual. It's kind of a sucking answer, you know. Not so fun. Not so reassuring if you are the one who's giving that is the answer about the importance of things in life like your health or your wealth or your friends or your family and stuff. Instead, you just simply like to fuck. Oh, ENFJs, ENTJs, and your third slot, SE. You so cray. With your third slot, SE. You so cray. ENFJs, ENTJs with your SI polar and your third slot, SE. You so cray. ENTJs, ENFJs with your third slot, SE. You so cray. Now, let me tell you. one of the advantages you might have if you are going out with a bipolar man, let's say, or woman instead. ENTJ, ENFJ don't matter. Either way, it's the same in their head regarding SI in this factor anyway. Here we go is what I'm going to tell you now. Head to the door to listen to it well. Because what I'm saying is this. Let's say you've got an ENFJ mistress or something like that. You can whip it out and be dirty as fuck and stick it straight in her mouth and she won't give a fuck because she's SI polar. She just suck. They don't seem to get how gross shit is. This isn't from personal experience, okay? I intuitively know it with my knowledge, with my knowing, and I went to college, with my knowing, and I want some oatmeal for breakfast. I want oatmeal for breakfast. That's how I know this shit. I want oatmeal for breakfast. And that's how I know this shit. Well, I heard stories from people about this person, and I know they happen to be an ENFJ, and so I make meaning about how that person's sluttiness is typical of their type, even though I'm sure there are plenty of whorish ENFJs like Dawn and Pawn, and Palm, and Palm, and Pam, and Song. When Pam and Son met one day, they were both said, hey, we're both ENFJs, but what do you think got in their way? They couldn't both play the same role in the host play. They had to take turns and so wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm supposed to be the one with the feather duster coming out of my butt, not you. They said, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm the one with the feather duster supposed to be coming out of their butt, not you. What do you think you're doing? And then they broke up and started dating ENTJs and said both of them sup. And the ENTJ choked them and beat them up and said, now that is love. Yeah, that is love. Tender love and true. It's ENTJ love, ENFJ love. I love you. Let's go behind that thing over there for a couple of minutes. I love you and that's how I prove it. I'll prove that I'm in it. We made love behind the dumpster one night. Took about minutes 5, I don't know, maybe longer, maybe up to 10. But we were both absolutely filthy when we were done. We had lined in dumpster water. Oh no, we lay down in dumpster water. Don't try to lay down in dumpster water if you're gonna wanna have sex. Don't lay down in dumpster water. That smells so gross, I bet. Don't lay down in dumpster water. That's not a good place to have sex. Try the bed instead. It's better than dumpster water, I'm sure, for your head and your sweater and your daughter. Don't try to have sex in dumpster water. Have it in bed instead. These are the pieces of advice that need to be told to SI polar people in their head. Ruben R. doesn't have a sense of when something smells gross or seems too kind of gamey or fresh or close or personal or icky or whatever else like most things are. Instead, he's just like, whatever, yar, I'm doing shit. I'm putting a handle. I'm doing shit. I'm an ENFJ sandal. I'm a sandal that goes on the foot of a giant who's fucking all kinds of hoes. And I'm a giant. I'm an ENFJ. I'm doing all this kind of shit every day for satisfaction. Satisfaction and truth. Oh yeah. A booth at the county fair selling satisfaction in a pair of poking actions by my au pair and my penis. Together we'll join with Venus and put on a play called How to Slay. Push the ENFJ way. Oh yeah. With charisma, with spirit, with verve. Oh yeah. With charisma, with spirit, and get verve. Sing me one like one of your French girls. I don't know when the French girls don't know any French girls. Be back in a little while. You don't have to tell us that before you go walk a mile. We didn't have to be informed before you left the room, so just ghosted and go, Gord. Norm. Your name's really Norm, CJ O'Connell. Okay, now you just made us sad. We wouldn't have even noticed you were gone, but now we feel bad because we wish CJ O'Connell were sticking around. Instead, now he's leaving and we know it. Yawn. I'd rather not know that at all, man. Then I wouldn't have to feel so sad thinking how CJ O'Connell's not here and how I've got conical literature to read to him in his ear because he's some kind of person who likes the conical literature, which is to say the literature in the canon, like Shakespeare and fancy writers like him. I can't even think of any other writers' names because I can only think of Shakespeare for some reason. Hey, what happened to my brain? Okay, so other fancy writers like Edgar Allan Poe. What made me say Edgar Allan Poe? Now I'm thinking Charles Dickens, though, yo, or Emily Bronte. Oh, Emily Bronte, you're an elefante. You make me think of Harry Belafonte, which is my auntie. Oh, Emily Bronte, you're typologically like Harry Belafonte. You're the same personality type. That's why it's alright for me to be rapping about you in this stream, in which a world record, it seems, is still within reach for this guy who's trying to rap about MBTI. And mostly I have stayed on task. Occasional tangents were made at last, it's true, but I segued back to you. To who? To you, MBTI, or cognitive functions, the Jungian style of cognitive functions. Yes, the Jungian eyes, my Jungian eyes. Touch me on my Jungian eyes. It's time for everyone in the world to see the world through the eyes of Jungian eyes. See the world through Carl Jung's eyes. When you see the world as Carl Jung saw the world, you knew how to pick up bad guys and twirl. Let me tell you about a story Carl Jung told on an interview. It's kinda gory. If you've got small children in the room, send them outside to play with a zooming car in ride. But listen, I'll tell you about Carl Jung. He told this story to an interviewer for reals. I shit you not, neither with fish nor eels, okay? When I was a little child, I was Carl Jung Jr. and I was in the field with some friends and I said, what are we doing here? And they circled around me and taunted, taking fun of my ways, and they tried to flaunt their own belts and say I was poor and not cool. And I got very angry at them. And I picked one of the children up and I swung him around in a circle, knocking over 8 out of the other children and throwing him aside before stomping off, taking myself away from these awful, awful people. I shit you not, Carl Jung told that story. I shit you not, Carl Jung told that story. He said he picked up one child when he was a little kid. I better go to. He said he picked up a child when he was a little kid, and he swung him around and knocked the other little kids in the head, knocked him over onto the ground where they stood there, and he ran away and got away, found himself stronger than the other children who were taunting and teasing him that day. He picked up one and swung him around and round and round and knocked over the kids, just like in action movies, Ed. Except he says it was real, that he really did that when he was a kid. I find it hard to believe that little Carl Jung picked up a child and swung him around and knocked over the other children onto the ground. That seems like bullshit to me. I just find it hard to believe. Did that really happen now, Carl Jung? You said it did when you were in that room with that interviewer. I watched the interview myself. You said this story. I couldn't believe it. I was like, hell, Jesus Christ. Did Carl Jung really do that? Not once, twice? Well, he didn't say he did twice. He did just say he did it once. But that's not the point here. Because Carl Jung said he swung a child around when he himself was a child and he was near the ground and these children were taunting him, but he got mad. He says he swung a child around above his head and knocked the other children down with him. And let's toss the children aside here and then walked away, leaving them in fear and anguish on the ground, having been knocked over by the friend, spun around and hitting them with his feet, I guess, in the head, and knocked them off their feet, I guess, and landed on the ground. Really, Carl Jung? That seems like bullshit. Carl Jung. I smell bullshit from Carl Jung. I smell bullshit. Carl Jung. Don't try to make your sound all tough. That story from Carl Jung reminds me of Steve Miller, who says he's sometimes called the gangster of love. As a meme once said that somebody told me about, nobody ever called you the gangster of love. Okay, Steve Miller? You were never the gangster of love. You may have been a space cowboy, but I don't think anybody ever even called you that. Those names you made up for yourself, Steve Miller, nobody ever called you that. Even though you say it in your song, some people call you space cowboy, some call you the gangster of love. The reality I got from above, from God himself, is nobody has ever called you either of those things. Well, what do you have to say for yourself, Steve Miller? I think you made up some bullshit as well there still, sir. Now, why am I such a bullshit police? Because I got T.I. in the second slot at least, and that makes me want to say, you leave trash on my communicative table today. Don't leave trash everywhere. I gotta clean it up, and then I get very fair. I mean, very square. I mean, very fierce. I mean, very angry. I mean, very tears. I mean, very something. What's the word I'm looking for? It's used by Ringo Starr. Get very cross. That's right. I get very cross when I experience a loss. I don't want to see what you and he will be. Don't make me cross like Thomas the Tank Engine when he was at a loss. He became very cross. Or Diesel. Diesel was the bad guy in Thomas's little world. He was probably, I don't know, some kind of squirrel, some kind of bad type. I don't know. Okay, switching it up. Here we go. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Don't forget to say at the beginning of every day, before you go to play, don't forget to pay homage today to whom? To Sky Gear. Don't forget to tell him what he wants to hear. He needs to hear it all the time inside his ear. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Don't forget to tell Sky Gear INTPs love to hear. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Don't forget to tell Sky Gear in his ear what INTPs always like to hear. They love to hear what they hear. Oh yeah. Make them think of hentai. Is kind of a weird beat. Don't know if I could really rev it. I guess I could have the beat to accomplish it. I can figure out if I figure out the kind of top and route and rhythm that means it's visibility to me on a rhythm. Explain now. See, here we go. We're gonna rap to this. So seems kind of full of hats and what? Whoa, because it's kind of like trap music. Got too many hi-hats to use it. Why so many hi-hats in your song? Is what I wanted to ask Trap all along. Why so many hi-hats in your song? Well, because I'm an ENTP, it seems wrong to have that many hi-hats in your song. I have to bring in type or else I'll not get along with the rules of the world record, which I want to set because I got third slot FE, I said, as a turd who's an attention whore. Is what I like to hit in store, is more attention for yours truly, whose name is Eric Sudrule, also named Baby Pig Poop Face. Now that's my name. Give it some space. Baby Pig Poop Face. Okay, so you wanted to know about cognitive fog. Well, I'll tell you some more then. So here's a reality you should know too. There's 3 angles of perspectives you do. You could be an agent, or you could be a subject, or you could be an object, one of those three. Agency represents observation, subjectry represents action, and interface, interaction, reaction, interface, and action types of these. And lastly, the object types are deliberative. You see? And so as a consequence, what we got some things that we can understand a lot. We've got some types that are subject types. Those are your action and interface types. We got some types that are object types. And those are your deliberative types. And we got some types that are receiving types. And those are your nodal types, yeah. We've got two kinds of introverts. We got two kinds of extroverts. Both kinds of introverts and extroverts have their various subkinds within them birds. Yeah, let's take a look then. What kind of women and men make up the introverts or the extroverts? What makes the difference between introverts and extroverts? Well, if you're an extroverted type, you take action or you interface, alright? That means you look externally to express your identity, to be you in how that you be. You got to do it somehow externally. Now, not all introverted types do it that way, because let's look instead today at the INFJ. They still focus externally. Why? Because NI is objective. See, it's an observational reality. Tells you the truth about what it is that you see, not what it is you want it to be, or how it relates to you or to me, but how it's implicitly its identity. That's what NI will tell you. See, so INFJs are the most external of the introverts because their introverted intuition first means they have observational bursts of externality. It's linked to SE irrevocably because it's looking externally for what to do and see, and when to go and what to win and how to know and when to know. That's why you got to use NI so you can know when to do the thing, when to pull the trigger or how, and then when to wait and when to go, when to hate and when to lower your boundaries. I mean your borders. I mean your whatever it is that people lower when they want to let you in. Lower your defenses. That's the word. They're like fences that are made out of turds. But INFJs don't like to lower them anyway, any context, any day. INFJs don't like to lower their defenses. They'd rather look at you from behind fences. Well, you lower your defenses first, then they'll evaluate what's the worst you could possibly be. And if they don't like it, then they will see. And goodbye you, and I will be elsewhere, says the INFJC. But if instead you are vulnerable with them and they can see you entirely, you're not hiding anything or physically, visibly, emotionally vulnerable, see, or open transparency, like, yes, yours truly, then if you are those things indeed, well then it's very easy for them to feel comfortable because they know they don't have to do any work really to distinguish between lie and actual visible high expressions of emotion. And the INFJ looks to you and your face and what you're feeling, what you didn't say, what you might have said, or what you could have said, or what you might have meant when you said what you said. Then they all that stuff and they look to it for enough clues to find the truth, which they hope will always ensue from a general rule. And so, if they're looking for the truth about something that requires them to actually look at particular lives, then they're unlikely to look at those very lives that will provide them the information that should derive before they know what they think that they know. They'll look to external sources, and so those external sources will probably mislead them because it's not the appropriate medium for the kind of question being asked. Instead, it is the wrong mediast. What do I mean by this? Can I exemplify an example for you to fist it up into your butt some more so you can take it inside and feel it rolling around, get to know it well, inside and out, and then experience it for yourself? Well, sure, I could give you an example indeed. It's an example I've given before in plenty of seasons of talking with famous people. Namely, how Rachel Rachel is different from me. Like, she wants to know about the relationship, see, and if we're cool, if we're good, if we're working out like we should be, if we're compatible, if we're a pair, if we're meant to get into each other's underwear, if in fact the stars want us apart, or if we are made like horse and cart to go together, etc. Right? So she asked tarot and astrologers. But here's the reality of that. She could actually look at the actual facts of her life and see day to day that she and I get along a-okay, that we're excellent and good friends and playmates, that we companionate well, that we keep each other company, hell, and that, geez, we get along swell. If she looked at her actual experiences, she wouldn't need to look to external sources, see, but NI-DOMs are such that they want to look externally to understand what's going on, because NI is objective in that fashion. It's objective in the fashion that it's trying to pay attention without interesting calculi interfering in its knowledge of holistic truth. Not reducible deductive truths, because such is the domain of TI. It's the truth that is made that you take with a lie and you take with consistency. This is the metric that you use when you say that the shit is the best. Okay. Now, so when an INFJ asks an astrologer, hey, do Eric and I get along well? It's kind of hilarious because, hell, I mean, she could just check herself. We're actually living together, and, well, she could walk from over there and see if we get along. But instead, the stars or astrology person, tarot cards or a couple of dice, some sort of magical garden, or I don't know, something nice. She does that kind of stuff and said it reassures her or gets in her head, and if she's bothered by it, she brings it up to me usually, and I'll say, I usually laugh. Maybe you should look at the facts instead of checking your tarot cards, whether or not I think you're a tard. Does Eric hate me? I'm pretty sure your own experience will guide you better than the tarot cards regarding whether I really like you or something like that, right? Does Eric treat me like a piece of shit? I wonder about it. I could check and see for myself, but instead I'm gonna take this deck off the shelf. Oh no, I pulled the Tower card. It looks like Eric must hate me. Sorry, I don't mean to shit on you, baby. It's kind of funny, though. You know, it's like, you don't need to worry about that at all. I've explained why, because in part, FI is an absolute value for me. Also, SI, I'm an SI type G, so I like to build my stories. I like them contiguous. I don't want them gory with sudden separations of people in my life. I like things ongoing, nice and smooth, like strife-free, like free wrinkles, or what do they call ripples on a lake surface, not wrinkles. Wrinkles would be tinkles, and wrinkle form would be a ripple. That's the fair name for that sip of drink in a second. Why? Because I'm thirsty and it's best that I hydrate. Don't forget to hydrate. If you do, you might become high weight, high late. You might become low rate. If you don't hydrate, don't be low drate, you better hydrate. Otherwise you'll be low drate. Don't be low drate, you better hydrate, or else you're gonna low drate. Jeremiah Fix told me to be gentle. He was a little worried I was getting too rough with Rachel. I don't blame him, I kind of worried about that too for a second. But you don't gotta worry about me, cause I might make that mistake, but I would have already made it before you caught me in time. Or I won't make it, like in this rhyme, I would explain how I considered it and backtrack, cause I was just rapping by rapping. Whatever rhyme happened to land there, it kind of turned out kind of harsh and I didn't want it to be like that. But anyway, whatever, you know, it's a fact that if you freestyle a rap for this long, and play parts that are right and parts that are wrong and parts that are weak and parts that are strong, because everyone's hit and miss. Anyway, hit and miss miss. Who's hit and miss? Any types, well, they're hit and miss more than NI types, that's for sure the gist, because they want to try some shit. Any types are more hit and miss than any types. Any types are more hit and miss than the NI types. And why? I guess it's because they want to try shit out and see what it does before they apply to out the play. Put it in their mouth and say good day. Sure they do. Of course they do. Of course they do. Because they have a type too. Everybody has a personality. Everybody has a type. Everybody pays attention only. Some kind of attention to why they exist and what they are. Whether they've come very far. Whether they've gone too very close to the fire and they will burn their coat. Don't burn your coat. If you want to know about your attention, you can look into functions and discover that within them are all the answers to the universe. Philosophically, I guess we should start from the fact that reality is something that's set apart by individuals expressing or manifesting it, rendering it, if you will, on their own expressive visual application or some sort of location, namely in their body. You and your body represent a single terminal that can render reality itself, independent of the other terminals that you see around you and how they are not even connected like, well, computers. They're connected instead by a medium, a shared medium called air and water. Air, water, and space. Shared medium called air and water. Air, water, and space. This shared medium allows communication just how wires connect computers and let them talk. Because of air and wires, I say these words and liars. Outside can be hearing my true words and squawk. Because I have a medium, same medium as you. We can talk to each other even though there's truly no connection between us. No means for us to understand, but thanks to language we can. If it weren't for air, we wouldn't be able to talk. No words would sound much a lot. If you try to talk in space, nothing there to carry your face's words away from you to the ears of the other guy who you want to say what you want and who you ask, and what you're asking him to do is last important. So you should get some means of talking to him more than, because you can't talk in space. First of all, you're dead because the vacuum sucks your face off, but after that, there's no air, so no medium to travel for sound through to go where it wants to go, and that's the problem there. Anyway, how did I get off on that tangent? Because I was pretty sure I was in the middle of class and giving a lecture about something really important about cognitive functions. Please attend the staff luncheon. We will talk about cognitive functions. It is important that everybody's there. Please RSVP for reserve a chair. Please RSVP, reserve a chair. Okay? Very important. Everybody attend the staff luncheon. We will talk about cognitive functions. It's important that everybody's there. RSVP to assign a chair. Do it now. Do it now. Do it now. You're not doing it fast enough. I am angry. Wow. Do it now. Please RSVP to work for me. Tell them I'll come to the party. Learn about cognitive functions there at the corporate luncheon. Find a chair, sit there in my underwear. Wait for the lecturer to stare at me and say, you are team building activity. Accomplishing what? I'm falling, learning some trust in butt. I tried to do a trust fall, but all my workers dropped me and my butt landed on the floor. The floor was very dirty, but my butt's very bouncy, and so I had to go some more. Having trust falls, oh yeah, having trust falls, oh yeah. It surely is an ENTJ or perhaps an ENFJ who made up that thing that they do at the thing where they go to the corporate retreat and they learn how to fall into each other's arms so they trust their compatriots. It's ridiculous. It's, I guess, some ridiculous whatever. I mean, first of all, I don't want to fall into your arms because you're tall. I mean, not tall enough, I'm tall, and you'll probably drop me. Second of all, I don't want to fall into your arms because your arms are small and they have some dirt on them as well. your skin. It is creepy crawly. It smells like the inside of a bear's belly, which smells like worms. I don't like how you smell like worms, so I don't want the trust fall. Istj Boston made up these terms. Go and fuck yourself. I don't want to fall in your arms because you smell like worms. Istj Boston made up the terms. Go fuck yourself. Istj Boston made up these rules. Go fuck yourself. Sasquatch, watch. Sasquatch, watch it. Watch it, Sasquatch. What does Sasquatch be doing? What does Sasquatch be doing? What does Sasquatch be saying? Is he getting in trouble with Rachel? Wait, wow, who, when? What's the opolar like then? I can tell you, you don't know what it means to parse things and symbols though. You don't know how to parse things and symbols though. What did Sasquatch you do? What did Sasquatch do? What did Sasquatch do? I'm curious to know what did Sasquatch do. I want to know what Sasquatch did. Rachel doesn't normally get angry at anybody, so you must have pissed her off. I'm curious what you did. That's probably smart, Sasquatch. Yeah, Gore, to the fact that you had to ask makes you super uber gay. I'm sure it doesn't make you super uber gay. Okay? I'll do a rap just about polar functions like this. Sasquatch is polar FE. It seems very clear to me. The Sasquatch is polar FE. It's very clear to me. Sasquatch is polar FE. It's very clear to me. He is polar FE. Yeah, Sasquatch has got no sense of social grace and where or when to say some things and start some shit or when to just leave it alone because he's got FE in his dome, but it's not conscious, not alone in kind of function that gives attention to something in a meaningful way. And so he fucks up every day with calling Lady Wolf gay. Lady Wolf's not gay. She's gay as gay, but not so gay as they. She's less gay than Faye, who is very, very gay, and gay is very, very, very straight, so I don't know what that means, hey. Anyway, the point is, Lady Foxwolf is less gay than Faye, who is very, very straight, and Faye is very, very gay, because Faye is an ENFJ who has sex in the carpet today, in the closet today, with everybody named Bill and Jay, or anybody else anyway. But that's okay, I'm not judging, I'm just saying she's a big slut, man. And she's straight, but she's more gay than Lady Foxwell, even though she's as straight as a arrow. She's straight, but she's less gay than Lady Foxwell, even though she's straight as an arrow. You word bomb it like Eric does. I guess you're an NE user, cause that's what correlates with this word bomb it. It's extroverted intuition it's the function that leads to this kind of talking all the time with one's voice and one's attentional manner. Oh, yeah, attentional manner. You just been talking, I haven't seen any spam, says Rubinar. I didn't see any spam either. Gar, jar, put your ass in a jar and serve you like mayonnaise. God damn it, that's the punishment for you today, days. Sasquatch, you get to go in this jar. But first, then we're going to spread you on toast like mayonnaise. That's gonna hurt, but that's your punishment for being the worst and getting Rachel mad at you, which is hard to do. You must have been an asshole, dude. Sasquatch. Sasquatch. What you doing, watch. I'm gonna go poo on your face, and you can learn some lesson from that. You can taste what my poo tastes like. It tastes like burnt cigarettes and waste products. That's because I'm an action type. It's appropriate. It's appropriate because I'm an action type. Okay. A little bit different now. Switched it up a bit. A version 2 of basically the same bit. That's pretty cool. A version 2. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh you. Now listen here, Sky here. I've got 2 words I want to make clear. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now listen here, Sky here. 2 words that I want to make clear. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. See, I'm an INTP, and he is an INTP. And together, he and I, well, we make half of Alpha Quadra Z. That's why there's 2 words for boo. My life is turning the opposite direction. This feels like the opposite of life. Are you saying that this is a deathward direction, or that I'm not becoming your wife? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So if you're gonna rap about MBTI for 5, 4, 5, 5, 3 hours and hours and hours and hours, you better have lots of material and a star. I thought I would plan it all ahead, and then I thought, no, that is not really what was in my head. I just said that as a joke. You couldn't possibly plan this out before, and you couldn't possibly have any notion about what you're gonna do when you hit the ocean of beats and the hours ahead of you. Your feet just gotta move and dance and do the street thing. You gotta go ahead and talk. Don't matter what you say, just rock. Rock hard like a rock star. Make all the ladies say, hey, you, Mr. Eric, will you sign my boobs with a pen? Will you sign my boobs with a pen? Will you sign my boobs with a pen? I always thought that looked like a very excited to do thing when I was younger, like 13 or 12 or 10 or 9 or well, I don't know. I thought, wow, he gets to sign her boobs with a pen. That's amazing. Then I decided to become a rock star. I said, I'm going to sign boobs with a pen too, because that's what ESTP do. Except I'm not actually ESTP, nor am I some other sensory type C. So even though I said it's what I was going to do, I never actually did it at all. I didn't follow through. Because why? Because that's a different kind of try. And the kind of try that I like to try gets me high. That's why I'm a different kind of guy than the kind of guy who follows through on everything they say they're going to do. Because I'm not the kind of guy, true, but I'm a different type, and that's okay. My type is right for being kind of gay. My type is right for saying say what I say. I say lots of words. Hey, hey, hey. This is a word, and that's a word. And here's another word for you, you big turd. Here's a third word. Here's a fourth. I can make more words, of course. And with more words comes more responsibility for you to keep track of them for me, see? Because everything I say is gold. You should keep it in a cap, like a hoard, in a safe deposit box at the bank. Put it in a safe deposit box at the bank. I want you to gather up each of these words that is coming out of my mouth as though it were a bird that was flying by and landed near you and then decided to die, and I want you to pick them up, put them in a box, and put that box in a safety deposit box, then put that in the bank, lock it up tight, and go back home, thank the Lord righteously, and say, oh Lord, thank you for the words that Eric bestowed on us today in his magical freestyle. Oh way, I was swept by its wild, woolly, and passionate ups and downs. Never gave me frowns. Why? Because it's all exclusively about typology the whole time. Every time he thought it was not for a second, he would rhyme it back to typology time. That way I knew, I was reassured. Oh, thank God, he's gonna get the world record, sir, that doesn't even exist, except that he's making it up with this, but okay, fine, good, that's good. He's trying at least, and that's what he should do. As an ENTP, he needs to remember the FE in the first slot and try to keep on that, even though it's a kind of pain in the ass and he'd rather rap about penguins and glass, but whatever. Don't matter. Now it's time to light a cigarette. You can tell me not to, I get that, but you're not going to see. I'm gonna light this cigarette indeed. I'm gonna light a cigarette. I'm gonna light a good. Smoking is fantastic. Smoking is good. If you are SI forthwith, it's possible you would agree with me. SI and smoking are excellent. And if you don't smoke, you have to pay twice the rent. Yeah, I got a pro-smoking bias. Yeah, I got a pro-smoking bias. Yeah, I got a pro-smoking bias. That's cute, watch. Shut the fuck up. There's no consistency with people who make decisions here. What decisions are being made, dear? What decision was made? Except people criticize you for being a pain in the butt. They said you were wrong. They said when you said people were spamming all along that they weren't actually spamming all along, which makes you a pain in the butt and wrong. So what are you complaining about? Did anybody punch you in the mouth? Did you get timed out? Did you get banned? Did you get sent to the Boy Scouts to get a tan at the beach with band? Is that what happened to you, man? No. fact check, cause the said you said for sure it wasn't true. So don't say stupid shit. If you don't like the consequences of it, please try to not say stupid shit. If you don't like the consequences of it, don't try to say stupid shit. This is good advice for somebody who might be epipolar or somebody, I don't know, but I know this, that stupid shit leads to consequences. Namely, people don't like it, and they comment that, and they say you're wrong, and say, what are you doing there? Don't be a dong. And then you get all hurt and whatever. Well, don't say stupid shit then. Then you won't feel consequences of it, man. Jeez, think about it then. Don't say stupid shit if you don't want the consequences of it. Meow, 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 meow. When I traveled to a foreign land, I only needed one word in my hand, and that word was meow. That word was meow. Hey everybody, let's bring the beat. That beat's not good. That beat's not neat. It doesn't seem to loop quite right. That's no good. Okay, this is... Oh, what are you doing? Stop. No, listen to me and do what I say. Oh yeah, alright. That's right tonight. Oh Rachel, why do you keep fucking up? What's going on here? What's the fucking problem? Why did it do that? I don't see any empty spot there. There's not. Why? Stop that! Fucking hell. Unbelievable. Audacity. The audacity of audacity to play it wrong for me like that, G. It makes me so mad. What you thinking, Audacity? Don't be bad. I'm trying to do a rap that's hours long, and you fucking around like a fucking clown. Don't play asshole with me, man. Audacity, you a badass fan of this rap. And you're also an app. You're an app that made me bake this rap. But I don't like it when you act fat, when you act bad, when you won't listen, when you play things wrong with they listen. They're not supposed to be like that, so don't play it wrong or you make me mad, Audacity. The audacity. What you doing? Having such audacity. The audacity. Audacity. That's good gaslighting, Lady Foxwolf. Lady Foxwolf, rewrite history to make it better. Make it so that I didn't fuck up, and then make it all okay. Oh, Lady Foxwolf, rewrite history, make it so I didn't fuck up. My memory's not the good stuff, so you should get away with it. Yeah, Rachel made this beat. She's an INFJ and she made this. It's a different kind of feel than the beats I make. She's less like a break beat maker. This beat needs all the parts of it for it to fit and make it fit and make a beat that you rap over it. Because without the hats, it seems all contradictory teams, and I can't even end the beat, it seems. But with the hats, you can find it then. It's a strange kind of beat then when it comes around again and the laser makes a sound. You go, whew! Laser time, it's laser time. Everybody love laser time. Laser time, it's laser time. All 16 types love laser time. Laser time, it's laser time. All 16 types love laser time. Laser time, it's laser time. Let's have some lasers. If you want to be laser time, then you gotta get some lasers. Please wear blue blazers. If you want to participate in laser time with the INFJs, you've got to buy some blue blazers for the day. Put blue blazers across a button-up shirt, and then you will be able to play lasers in the dirt. Playing lasers with INFJs. I'm playing lasers with INFJs. INFJs love to play lasers. They love to play lasers. They love to play tasers. If you want to bet your razor, they love lasers. Okay, guys. I'm gonna change the beat up in a second, and then we'll go why. Because I've only got IC here, maybe perhaps 15, 20 minutes more left, and then I'll hit 4 hours. Pretty damn good, actually. Without a shower, without a Powerade to help me power through and make it easy for me to do. I still managed to get almost 4 hours already of nonstop freestyle rapping. Most of it clap-worthy clapping. In fact, it was incredibly good. But except for the parts that were shitty, of course. Should you include those? Probably not, no. But let's just pretend it worked so. Like Lady Fox Wolf said, we're gonna rewrite history to make it great instead. And then we'll all know, wow, that was so much fun. And how, like Kim Jong-un once said, look at me, I've got a head. And everybody did. And they applauded like they should. Because it's against the law not to in North Korea. In North Korea, you got to show enthusiasm for Kim Jong-yo. If you ain't happen, see him at the store. You gotta freak out, go, oh wow, oh my God, oh Lord, hit the floor. It's against the legal. It's against the law in North Korea. If you aren't regal, when you Kim Jong-un once saw, that's why you know Kim Jong-un is some kind of horrible girl who also has some kind of value for FE. It seems that soon he will put you in jail for not loving him enough. He'll nail your wife and then he'll fill your pockets full of stuff. He's an evil dictator. He doesn't like to eat potatoes, and that's what's wrong with him. I wonder what type he is, Kim Jong-un, besides being dictators, like swooning evil people, have people as own things in their house. Kim Jong-un, he's not the South Korean leader, but the North. I wonder what type he is, of course. Typologically, countries seem to be representative of certain function biases. Like, for example, FE is heavy in Asia. That's what's up with the bowing. Why they always with the bowing. I'm gonna bow to you and call you San Samasu, or Chan, or Wan, or whatever boo. I don't know, Kaga perhaps, or Sama too. And that'll tell you how important you are. Whether you a star or just a regular person like a bartender. You're a San or a Sama. You're a San. You're a Chan. You're a Kun, but you're a Sama. And you're a Kage, and I don't know why they have such so gay. Because I think the stupid stuff, hierarchical stuff is the butt of awfulness to me. I can take your hierarchy and shove it up your ass with my words. I don't like your hierarchical terms, so don't tell me what to do FE-wise. Japan, Nippon, Japanese people, get it on. Stop telling me what's wrong with my bad FE. I'm loud and free. That's okay. Be like me. Don't be like the Japanese people who are all That's silly. That's silly. That's too much FE to be really very healthy for anybody at all. Look what Japan expects. They expect you to be the best in a couple of contradictory ways, making it impossible for anyone in their culture in any way to ever really succeed, because they expect SI and NI both, you see, in high quantity, along with SE, along with FE. You don't get all four of those, though, see, in one person, so, well, geez, I mean, you set a standard that's impossible to meet. All you get is a bunch of people with their feet running to the suicide forest, because they can't take it anymore. It's so oppressive, the hierarchical pressure. Boo. Boo. Boo, 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 boo. Boo, 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 boo. That's what I say about that. Other kinds of cultures that make me mad, things about them that don't represent my cognitive function bias, I'll talk about that then. Like, for example, in the Middle East, where you got Islam people, at least, you've got communitarianism, which I don't like. I don't like communitarianism. That's right. I don't like communitarianism at all. I don't like communitarianism at all. Whether it comes in ethnic bowing or sprawl, away the wall of Jerusalem, or Middle Eastern kind of ham-hating ways. I don't like it at all. As an Alpha Quadra egalitarian, I believe in individualism and I believe in limited governance and the limited capacity of the group to win an argument about what the individual ought to be or do or make or sell. And so, of course, consequently, I get mad at injustice I see, like how populations are denied their individual freedom of conscience. I find that very offensive. And it is the norm in the Middle East to don't get defensive. Listen here, Mr. Middle East. If it were up to me, your kind of beast wouldn't be afforded the attention it is. We'd give you lots of guns, close up the whiz, even no boats and no damn planes, let you kill your way to democracy the same way that everybody has to eventually. You gotta kill your way to democracy. Everybody knows that's the simple order of things, how it goes. Ask Alex de Tocqueville, the writer of that book about democracy. He informed us all about how well you could see what I'm talking about if you read MC. It's called Institutions of Democracy and how you gotta have them. You can't grow from an independent city-state into a democratic nation-state without the fate of having what? Of having what? You can't grow from an independent city-state into an independent nation-state without going through that way to what? Well, I'm talking about what? I'm talking about the institutions of democracy. A cognitive function bias for not for TE, but TI. Even though institution a lie, you might say protocol to TE, why would it be TI? Because the TI aspects of it are to decentralize the power. It says, hey, instead of putting it all in the shower with Dan here, let's spread it out to multiple man gears. And then it'll be diffused, of course, which means less use of force, and that's good. Oh yeah, alright, that's good. That's a TI value, that's good. Legitimacy, justify your positions in your agency. That's the TI value and it is good. Doesn't lead to a whole lot of action. Instead, it should constrain action from being done at all by saying that's legitimate. And well, you can't do it then until you make it better. You better come up with a better approach or better arguments as to why it's okay, because in the status quo, it's totally gay, and I say nay, not yay. When voting for it, take it back and put it in your bit of machinery you use to refine such things and make it better next time. Then bring it back and we'll try again perhaps, but now for a fact, we can't have it when it's led in this state. It's all messed up, violates rights and gets shut up all like a penguin and goes into a microwave. That's not okay. Can't put penguins in microwaves. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that typology grows a wonderful feeling of camaraderie. Everybody knows that typology grows a wonderful feeling of camaraderie. Hey, you and me, let's be friends, let's be comrades. Let's have camaraderie between me and Chad. Let's have camaraderie between Sky Gear. We'll tell him those two words he holds so dear. Oh yeah. O-H, we, O-H, Y, O-H, we, Y-E-A-H, die. Oh yeah. O-H, Y-E-A-H, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. One lesson, one takeaway from today. Today's rap fest that you can take away and put in your pipe and put it in your bed. Take it with you, leave it tucked into your head. One reality we can take away is that INTPs love it when you say two words more than any other. They love it more than their mother or their brother or their daughter or their sister or their father or their friend. They totally adore it when you say, oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. All right. all night tonight. INTPs always love it when you say, oh yeah. Start out with O, follow with a H, then go Y, then go E, then go A, then go H, watch the IT, and then go hey. INTP, did you just come in your pants right there when I say those things? And the INTP, looking sheepish, wrings his hand and says, yes, I did. I can't help but when I hear the words, oh yeah. My gonads just explode with lusts. I think of hentai and my nuts will bust when I hear, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's right. Oh yeah. Or words he likes to hear. Oh yeah. Or why he's come over here. Oh yeah. Or words in his chair. Oh yeah. Or words he finds when he's there. Oh yeah. Is what he buys at the store. Oh yeah. Is what's sitting on his door. Oh yeah. Is what he wipes his feet on when he walks in the house to get the heat on in the kitchen. He says, oh yeah. It's finally warm enough. Oh yeah. And then he gets all super horny and ejaculates. 2 words turn Sky Gear into a pool of jelly in your hands. You start with the first word, rhymes with no. But it's not no, man. It's O. Spell it O-H. I said O. That's the first word. At this point, I don't doubt that you've been wondering, what's that second word? I want to ponder it. I want to know it so I can say it instead of just having Eric reference it with his head. I want to know what the second word could be to make Sky Gear come, you see. Will Eric tell us what the second word is? Yeah, I am, so write it down now. Here's the biz. It's yeah. That's Y-E-A-H. It doesn't spell now, it spells yeah. That's Y-E-A-H. Now put them together. Oh yeah. Alright, all night, tonight, we'll rock, till the morning light, don't stop, oh yeah, alright, tonight, all night, baby girl, child woman, baby girl, child woman, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, a baby girl, a child woman girl, a baby child woman girl, baby child woman girl. INTPs love it so much that they twirl their balls into a swirl and come out their quarrels when I say, oh yeah. It makes me think of squirrels and hentai, octopuses and pussy. I'm not sure which or why, but either way, hentai, it's when you say, oh yeah. Now, if I had said, oh no, instead, that wouldn't have made it as sad, because hentai folks don't say, oh no. That's for regular anime. Regular anime characters say, oh no, but only INTP is smart enough to see that in hentai, they have one frequency. 2 words make it up and make you instantly come. And those 2 words rhyme with no sa. Can you guess what they are? 2 words that rhyme with no sa, that INTPs love more than even their own ass. Those 2 words that rhyme with no sa, what are they? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sky Gear loves his dance so much, he can't have enough of it. He would like to order a bunch off of the internet. Oh yeah. Alright. Oh yeah. Alright. Oh yeah. All night tonight. Alright. Oh yeah. Rapping about MBTI, you can tell this is about typology, cause Sky Gear is an INTP, and that is why he makes fun of me. Every time I make a mistake, he teases me and makes me cry into my cake and tea, which I'm having for brunch. I'm having cake and tea for brunch. INTP comes over and punches my comfort in the face with his wrongness accusations, and I say, hey, I'm lactating here. Please leave me alone for a moment. You know I won't, god damn it. I'll show you how it's done. You're not doing it right. You're saying oh yeah too much, alright? I said okay, I won't say oh yeah anymore today. Cause you're an INTP. An INTP, hate it or love it, one of the way. When I say oh yeah, I get it. I'll stop. You don't need to call the cops. Hello, 911, I've got an emergency. Someone keeps saying, oh yeah to me. Oh yeah? Yeah. 911, this is my emergency. Somebody keeps saying, oh yeah to me, which makes me constantly ejaculate in my pants because it's so great. I think hentai, I think tentacles, I think why oh why won't he stop being pentacle clad with his oh yeah saying no bad. It makes me ejaculate just like Chad, oh yeah. I see, so you're accusing this person of sexual assault? That's right. Why? Well, first he said oh, and then he said yeah, and then he said all, and then he said 9, then he said 2, and then he said 9, and then he said alright tonight, alright all night, which was till the morning light. Well, he may have said those things, sir, but I'm not sure where you got your accusation of criminal activity, because I'm pretty sure that's not a crime. Well, perhaps you didn't hear me right the first time. First he said, oh, and then he said, yeah, and then he said, what? And then he said, hat, and then he said, I've got a red hat, and I said, what the fuck is up with that? Oh, yeah. And then you know what he said to me? All right. I'm like, what? All night? And you know what he said to me? That's right. And then he called me woman, child, baby, girl, child, woman, baby, child, girl, woman. And I said that's not my name now. Please don't call me that. Please, how did you think that was my name? I never told you that was my name. I never said anything that sounded like it either. The same thing is different. That's not my name. Well, naturally, the person in question here has poor as eyes, so if he doesn't remember the person's name, why would he remember something like that at all? Instead, he says, you're a baby child, woman, girl head. You're a girl child, baby, woman, child, girl child. You're a baby child, woman, child, all night long to the morning light, all night till the dawn, morning child, girl, child, woman, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. That's what you are and have. Plickety plow, ploggity ploo. If you like typology, then I love you. If you've ever seen a video or two on YouTube about me, then hey, it's true. I must be famous. At least famouser than nobody. True. I must be famous. At least famouser than nobody. I'm not nearly as famous as I want. I want to be as famous as Mount Zion in Egypt or Judea. I don't remember where I say it is. Exactly. But the point is, it's famous, and I want to be like Mount Zion. As famous as Mount Zion, which is very, very famous in the Bible, apparently. It's like a mountain of importance or something. I want to be as famous as a tortoise, who's in the summer time. We're growing on a tortoise vine. The first tortoise growing on a vine of all time. Prior to this summer, they grew tortoises in the water. But now they had a daughter tortoise who had a special gift. She could grow on a vine like a grape. Now they grow tortoises in vineyards, and they send them loose into the Zen world. And the Zen world says, hey, look at all the tortoises, making me pay attention to what matters most in life, namely personality type. That's why I'm here at this stream listening to Eric living the dream and teaching us all about cognitive functions and how they tell us how to pay attention to whatever yeah and whatever mu, whatever how and whatever who, whatever cla and whatever clue. I'm an interesting schmuck. Hey, I prefer to be called an attention whore. I prefer attention whore. I prefer to be called an attention whore and also Baby Pig Poop Face. Please call me Baby Pig Poop Face the Attention Whore if you want my full name. That's my full new name, okay? So this was the day that host Eric changed his name from host Eric to something great, something better than anyone had ever heard in a million years before. And after that, everyone was amazed because he'd go everywhere and he'd say, I'm Baby Pig Poop Face, that's my name. And everyone will go, wow, that's the name, all right. That's the same name I wish I had. But instead, you have it. Could you be my dad? Your Baby Pig Poop Face, that's so rad. Oh my God, Baby Pig Poop Face. I say yes, I'm baby pig poop face, that baby pig poop face, that super famous baby pig poop face, the ENTP, whose baby is like a pig and his face is like me, made out of poop and made out of pee. I'm baby pig poop face, wee wee. I say wee all the way home, just like the babyest pig in the room, just like the babyest pig on your foot, wee till I take it up. I'm an ENTP, don't you see, which means I'm a baby pig poop face. Gee, nobody can stop me from being a pig, and nobody can stop my face from being fake colored because it's made out of poo and pee. Most of poo, I won't lie to thee, and it's why it's all brown and lumpy, except for the work of Brian, my makeup guy, who does an excellent job. I'm sorry, his name is Bradley, I forgot. I apologize. Bradley, tomorrow when you come to work and you watch this, you'll be in sorrow because I forgot your name for a moment and you're my makeup guy, but don't feel bad. You don't have to cry because you do a great job and I look so clean and white and fresh and cheeky and it was wonderful. Even though my face is made out of poo, you can't see any brown through the makeup. And that's great. I'm an ENTP, I gotta shake up the world with generalities and my non-acidities and the parts of me that are less offensive to everyone, that make them hate me less than the ones that are fun, the parts of me that are appealing to an audience who want to pay attention to me doing this kind of stuff. I don't know why anybody really would, but regardless, I want them to, should they happen to find a way to find me exciting enough to pay attention to me every minute of their lives. That would be fine. That would be good. That would be adequate. If everybody always paid all attention to me, that would be good. That would be enough probably. If everyone always paid attention to me. If everyone was always paying attention to Eric and always ready to listen to whatever he said, no matter how dumb, to afford it great reverence and, oh my God, here comes the Lord, here comes Jesus, these words of his, they're unbelievable, and I wish I could understand more of the truths that soar from his mouth and pour like honeyed words from the soar of a honey leaking bore the hole inside of it that's filled up with honey. That's the kind of guy he is. Anyway, that's what I want. That's not how things actually are. In fact, even the most ardent of fans sometimes get in their own car and think about things other than me. Listen to other media and or watch another channel, or I don't know. Even I sometimes do. So what are we going to do about this? We got to figure out how to get around it. Because there's a problem, you see. Sometimes people listen to other things besides Eric. And that's why the world's a mess, you know. It's like, boy, oh boy, if we could just have everybody tuned in for all 4 hours of this rap about MBTI, the world would be so much more well-informed, you know. Okay, well, that's 4 hours, and I'm going to change the beat up one last time. But after I do that, then I'm probably gonna be done with this rhyming game. I'm gonna be done with this rhyming thing. I'm gonna be done being rhyming lame. I'm gonna be done being time and tame and talking about MBTI all the same, the way from beginning to end like I did. I'm gonna be done with it and you can call yourself Sid like you should. Like I told you before, rename yourself to Sid the Whore. Yes, I think you should do that. Follow my lead, rename yourself too. It's a good idea for that. The fact that you haven't done yet makes me mad. You make me mad all the time. I wish you wouldn't constantly make me mad with rhymes that are no good or that are better than mine. Either way, it makes me mad, so stop it, please. Why do you do things that irritate me? If you didn't, then I wouldn't have to scream all the time at you. Stop doing that, please. Why? Because I said, that's why. Stop saying why, okay? It's annoying. You say why way too often. Well, why do I say why? I don't know why. Well, why do you say why way too often? That's a question I can't answer. Why do you say why like a coffin? That's a question I can't answer. Why do you say why when I ask? Because I'm telling you, you're last. Why do you say why when I ask what place you're in when you know you're last? Just answer the question that I ask. Why? Don't say why. How? Ask me what? What? No, ask me where or when or which. What? Who? No, ask me who this is. What? I don't want to ask you that. Well, then you're not asking it right, and that's a fact. I want you to ask again. Ask me something different now. This time, Tim. Well, what do you want me to ask you? Please ask me where. Ask you where? Where? I don't want you to ask me where. Ask me when. But you just said to ask you where. I didn't mean it though. There was a lie implicit in what I was saying, and you failed by not picking it up on it, man. So let's ask me a different question, please. Okay, who, when, where, when, these? No, none of those are questions that are okay. Those are all terrible and bad. Don't use those ones that make me sad. Use a different thing. Be a different way. Be a different thing. Be not you today, okay? That will help you to be better than you by being not you. That's what they told me at the work, Sue, because they didn't know about cognitive functions. Cognitive functions makes us allow other people to be different, and wow, it's okay. They're not so bad. Isn't that amazing? Beat Istj is the name of this beat. Beat Istj, but beat Istj. I wonder what it sounds like. If it sounds like a goat, we're gonna find out right now when we push on the play to see if it's an MBTI appropriate way. And stop. Woke up a tick up a tick a tick a tick a top. Pushing the thing, and now let's go. Wow. Oh wow. Listen to that. It's got some singing part to it or something. This song is very, 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 very ridiculous. This beat is very, 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 very ridiculous. Not like cognitive functions, which are not ridiculous. Although the people and our arguments about them are ridiculous. This song is very, very, very ridiculous. It's got the sound of angelic choirs are singing just like this. Oh, 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 oh. If you say ha and ha and ha and ha, but you sing it like you're in a Gregorian choir, then you are playing this instrument we're listening to now. The ha ha organ's what it's called, and wow, are there a lot of haws coming out of its mouth. Okay, this is what we're in today. We're gonna bring it on down a little bit at a time and say this will be the end of the rhyming time today. I've set a world record about MBTI. Yes, MBTI, rap, fed, freestyle. It has been over 4 hours, that's a while. Set the world record in this attempt area. Nobody else had done this, and so I've got the record. I'm number one, and I doubt anyone will be the sun, cause not many people wanna rap about this subject for fun forever. For 4 hours, go forever. It's a little manic. Oh my god, it's a little manic. Will you stop saying bah? I'm tired of that. Stop saying bah, you're making me fat. Stop saying bah, I don't like that. Stop saying bah, motherfucker. Stop saying bah. Bah is a word for sheeps, and not a turd for you to bleep out of your mouth like a sheep who turds with his head down south. Don't say bah, 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 bah. It's super annoying. Stop it now. Wow. Bah, 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 bah. I'm tired of your bah, bah, bah. If you don't stop bawling, then I'm gonna start cawing. I'm gonna start crawling to complaints. You're bawling too much. I'm tired of that. Just stop bawling. Okay, thank you for stopping bawling. God, so many baws. There, this is better. We'll end on this. This has fewer baws. It's a perfect to end on. Mama always told me never end on many baws. Otherwise you could incur sheep loss. Papa always told me to listen to Mom, except when I caught him out on the back lawn digging up holes. repute. If you don't want to get yourself shooted up, man. Mama always told me Papa is too lonely to have a pet like a cat or a dog. I guess we'll have to get a fish. Mama always told me, watch out for freedom fighters. Mama always told me, they're just violent liars. Mama always told me, don't let yourself get burned. If I don't listen to my mama, then why would I be right about anything? How would I know what is true or false? Mama's the authority on that, of course. I only just now burned myself because I didn't listen to her and told me about health and safety rules like don't burn yourself. If only I had listened. Mama always told me, I love you, son. But you got to remember that you got to get shit done. Papa agreed with her, but what you gonna do? After all, you got an into a child for a son, then you are kinda fucked. He's a pretty useless duck. That's true, he doesn't make a whole lot of bucks, though it seems like he could. Don't know what is wrong with him, you know that he should. The end. Okay, well, that's the end of the rapping, freestyling part. I'm going to talk for a little while. I kind of feel like I lost my voice. The singing part made me gacky because my voice is all shot. Thanks, Rachel. Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot. I appreciate your kind words a lot. I really do. I'm feeling fine except for my voice being shut. That's one of those things where, like, I can clear out the whatever that is. That it's not even exactly phlegm. It's like the crustiness of overuse. The crustiness of overuse. So, I'm going to wrap up this stream now and walk around a little bit and talk to Rachel. I haven't talked to Rachel at all today except by the stream here. When she got up, I was already started doing this, basically, so. Um, that's very kind of you, Taylor. You know, I'm surprised I retained 14 people. It's pretty good for freestyling. Try phoning down a drinking straw. I don't know what that means. How do you phone down a drinking straw? Well, I don't have any cocaine, but if you bring over for me to sniff, I will be happy to sniff it. I do like the smell of it. Phonating down a drinking straw? I mean, saying stuff into a drinking straw? I don't think we have any drinking straws. Sort of thing you don't really keep at your house, you know, you just get it at the restaurant. I never drink from straws at home, but if I go to a restaurant, I always want, yeah, that's probably it, Taylor. Taylor nailed it on the nose. I may have endangered us all by not wearing a mask at any point during that rap. Dangerous business on my part. Irresponsible. Anyway, I only pulled one bong rip that whole time. It's amazing. How terrible. That's just not, it's just not loving yourself, you know? Oh, vocal cord swelling? I don't think my vocal cords are swelling. I think they're being little bitches. And, you know, you don't know my vocal cords like I do. They have a history of being little bitches, so you just gotta scold them and shame them until they stop. Hey, vocal cords, stop being little bitches, is what I tell them. In my most screaming voice, and that always helps. You know what always helps when my voice is out? Screaming at the top of my lungs. Helps a lot. You've not drank in so long? Me too. I've not drank in so long too. I've not drank in, I don't know how long, but a long time. Like, more than 7 years or something. Anywho, I feel like, okay, I can relax and do a regular live stream now, but of course, I should probably just stop streaming and do something else. Like, for example, listen to the stream I just did, which is probably something I'm going to do, which is just this weird SI thing that I do where I want to feel like I know something, so I gotta listen to it, even though I did it myself. I don't know how to fix that if it's holistically about you, Lady Foxwolf. I only know how to fix when it's your vocal cords. If it's your vocal cords that are being little bitches, then you just have to yell at them. I mean, this is a great way to socialize. I do like to get out of the house and hang out with actual people sometimes, but I mean, it's like, as I mentioned to Rachel before, it feels like there are a couple of important nodes for me as far as people go. You know, my significant other, my immediate family, and then the third one would be normally, historically, or whatever, my friends, right? But you are my friends, basically. And I don't feel complete in general if I haven't checked in with the group for a while, you know? I like to check in and talk to people and say whatever's been on my mind as though it's this weird conceit that being an any dom is sort of implicit to being an any dom, which is, well, I've got to update everybody about things, about what I'm thinking. I'm sure they are going to, of course, be writing it down and updating their record of things as well. Now that I'm correcting something that made me want to say, well, I don't like that thing there, so I'm going to talk about it. And my thinking, the conceit implicit in that is that after I'm done, everyone will update their permanent records accordingly. But it's kind of crazy. How do you stop being... I mean, are you really being a little bitch? The thing is this. If you are stuck in your own kind of... your own homemade doldrums, which is to say, there's a lot of shit you realize you could do or want to do that would change things, but you just never seem to do it. That's one thing. And then there's also the circumstantial. Well, no, I'm done. I'm done with the record. I made 4 hours and I stopped after a little bit after 4 hours. So now we're just talking. I didn't take any breaks during the 4 hours, but is it typical for SI8th to not want to ever look back at little pictures of videos of the self-journal? Yeah, it is typical 8th. INFJs identify with the following statement. I'm just not really nostalgic at all. The reason they identify with it is because their 8th level function is the least conscious. So, and the thing is, what's probably also the case though, is when you do get dragged into doing that, it's probably pretty gratifying. Like for me, when I end up getting dragged into active SE shit, it's probably pretty gratifying, but I'm not interested in it. I'm not going to initiate those sort of things that much, you know, compared to this sort of thing, at least. Wonderful, wonderful kitty. This is not technically still rapping because there's no beats. Oh, were you the Istj or ENFJ who put a pineapple up their butt earlier in the stream? You're very nostalgic. When you're unhealthy, you get stuck there. What type are you? Do you know? That sounds kind of like SI 5th behavior, maybe? But maybe SI 3rd. You know, but a really delicious pineapple, Lady Foxwolf, is like coffee. It's only good when it's pooped out of a civet's butt. Oh. I mean, we're all nostalgic about that, Jonathan. We all remember that. That was the best pineapple any of us had ever tasted. It just had to be treated with the civet cat treatment, you know. You know, people have a lot of resistance to eating pooped out stuff, but if you just think about it, obviously it's better for you to digest stuff that's already been pre-digested for you. It's easier. So it's better. That's why we should all eat poop. Lady Lou, you're going to end up like me with a little collection of cool rocks. And you go, but what do I do with my collection of cool rocks? You know? What do I do with it? Well, Lady Foxwolf, in order to be really satisfied, you need to figure out that you need to feel like you're actively solving problems, which means actively figuring them out. Because the thing is, it's the TE that's gratifying for you, along with NI, not the SE part necessarily. So, if you're an ENFP, you need to encounter the kind of problems that are subject to your TE kind of solving and engage them accordingly, or else you're not going to really be motivated. Well, you know, Jonathan Vasanti, I'm not going to lie to you. Anal Wreckage Anonymous meetings are mostly orgies of relapse. So, you're not necessarily giving anything up to join Anal Wreckage Anonymous. We really struggle to get that 1 24-hour chip. All of us do. One guy one time got 2 weeks. A 2-week chip. That's our longest chip ever, I think. Because we're constantly relapsing. For one thing, being in a room, the thing is, they put our meeting in the church basement, right? It's full of objects about the size of a human head to a chair. And naturally, when you're in a room with a bunch of other anal wreckers, you think, hey, this puts me in the mood for anal wreckage. So there's a lot of relapsing going on. Well, you're already there. You're already at the point where you go, what do I do with them, though? Well, you know what you do with them. You look at it, you put them on the altar. Rachel has a little altar like that, too, of her cool stuff. But I just have, well, right now, I used to have drawers full of cool little things, right? They would get filled up with Eric's cool little things that he... You know, like, when I lived in Laverne, I used to walk along the railroad tracks sometimes because there's lots of cool little things to pick up along the railroad tracks, like railroad spikes and other rusted metal things that came from the train. And wow, no anal wreckage at all for 48 days. Well, you know what I always say, if you hold your poop long enough, you can anal wreck one direction outward. It'll have to do for today. The thing I would recommend, I tend to agree with my dad. Don't bring in your house something that drops pine needles unless you've prepared for it, because pine needles are impossible to vacuum. You cannot vacuum up pine needles no matter how hard you vacuum. They don't vacuum up properly. There are a couple of rules about the universe with space objects that link to specific things. So, one universal rule of truth that everybody must acknowledge and admit is true is that pine needles don't vacuum. Another such immortally true rule is called the wet cat food rule. It is not possible to open a can of wet cat food without splashing a little bit of gross cat food juice on your hand. Impossible. Never happens. Never. Lady Foxwolf. It never happens that anybody ever opens a can of wet cat food, no matter how carefully you do it, no matter whether it's got the kind or whether you got to use a can opener, it doesn't matter. It has never occurred one time in history that a person has opened a can of wet cat food and not gotten at least one drop of gross wet cat food juice on their hand. It's never happened. Physicists spent years trying to make it happen in laboratory, in carefully controlled laboratory settings. It wasn't even possible. Doesn't matter how carefully you do it. Turns out there's a fundamental law of the universe that makes it impossible to open a can of wet cat food without getting at least one drop of juice on you. And yeah, even if you get one drop of wet cat food juice on you, your entire being stinks like you bathed in cat food for days on end, because it's one of those pungent substances known to man. Oh, am I not being stern enough for the pine needles? Do I need to be more like sugar sweet with the cat food? Is it the opposite approach to the cat food? Which one responds to the kick in the ass? Which one responds to the pat on the back? You are chronically existentially depressed, so I guess they feel relatable and allow me to feel the emotions when I normally try to ignore them. What feels relatable? If you're depressed, if you're genuinely clinically depressed, then you should get medication for it, probably. It's not good. Zeppelin Fancy Beat. I want to. No, yeah, not even the power of Christ can compel cat food to not smell like gas. It's true. And it's got the durability of bong resin. You know, it's like bong resin, it's amazing how powerful and adhesive bong resin is. Like, it is so hard to get off some things, and it'll stick to your sink, and you'll scrub and scrub and scrub, and you still have this black spot there, you know. People do open up around here, Lady Foxwolf, a lot of times. Because, for one thing, I'm very open. Everybody always knows exactly how I feel, and everybody knows that I have those dark moments of the soul, too. Times of existential terror or anxiety or despair or whatever you want to call it, you know? Times of meow. Those are times of meow, okay? How meow depends on how meow. Sometimes it's just times of meow. Sometimes it's worse than meow. It's what you might call meow. Or meow or meow. Any of those. They're all worse than meow. Meow is just kind of meow. But meow is like meow with kind of gackiness. Meow is like, it wishes it would be meow. Well, I mean, I don't understand. I'm not sure what people are worried about. Like, what is it that you're imagining happening with your image, person, words you say, or whatever? It's like, from my perspective, it's really hard to get people to pay any attention to you. It seems to run counter to the notion that it's risky to have yourself out there. It might be risky to have yourself out there if people cared at all and wanted to pay attention to you at all. But probably you're gonna have to struggle your ass off to get them to pay any attention to you at all. Everything is here forever and yet also gone in the blink of an eye. Well, in some sense, I guess what you're probably talking about is the experiential heaviness of being in contrast to the flimsiness of meaning across time, you know? It's like, whatever greatness you think you attain, or meaningful work you do, or whatever, it'll be forgotten eventually, soon enough, really. And even if you're not forgotten, you're still dead, so who cares? Right? In other words, mortality is what makes life painfully beautiful. The reason that reality is painfully beautiful for you is because you can't sustain it forever without paying a price, namely trading in your limited amount of time, hours and days and weeks and whatever, for just spirited reflection. Well, Lady Foxwolf, I mean, I like to have the ability to delete videos from my channel too, and I have deleted some, but by and large I believe in the idea that we're all well served when I'm not quick to remove my mistakes because I learned from them. It's part of an ongoing record. It's kind of an SI value, right? It's kind of a part of an ongoing record of me that, good or bad, is accurate of me. And that I at least want to be able to access. Even though I don't spend hardly any time looking at old stuff, but I value it being there anyway. So, and I spend some time looking at old stuff. I do periodically. I'll go down a little SI hole and look at my old videos from a long time ago. You're creating an evil monarchy character who's an emperor, but I don't know if I should make him an emperor of dragons or emperor of darkness. What do you think sounds more villainy? Darkness sounds more villainy. But it depends how you want the dragons to be in the story, right? Or if they're sentient, then you've got to either make them expressly evil or you've got to make them good, because people identify with animals too much, you know. If you're going to have them not be sentient, just being animals without the ability to talk, then they're not going to seem very inherently evil or good. Right? They're just going to seem like neutral, like animals that are being used by an evil person for evil purposes. Like, nobody thinks back in the day before armored infantry or armored vehicles and stuff, nobody thought the horses that the soldiers rode on and the invading army were evil. Nobody thought, we need to kill these horses after we defeat the guys because the horses are on the wrong side. They said, oh cool, horses. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, you don't always have to name names. You've got a very different mindset to the world than I do, and that's fine. I'm not trying to critique it. Yeah, you got to illustrate the villainy in some way. I mean, that I'm sure, I don't doubt that watching that, I mean, that's the sort of thing that imprints trauma onto your ontology forever, you know? That's crazy to hear. I watched my dad die of cancer from age 6 to 11. Hey, Rachel, if you want any of this turkey here, help yourself.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. If you want to make him sound like he's the emperor, something evil, you know, make him the emperor of festering, or the emperor of pestilence. You know, those are things that are kind of inherently evil. The emperor of spawning. Spawning is an evil sounding word. You know, good things don't spawn, they birth stuff. Or you could call him the emperor of disdain. Disdain. I remember when I was with Kimberly one time, I drew this picture. I had just for mindlessly, I put a talk bubble, I had the character say, disdain! And then I realized, started drawing it, oh, that's what I'm experiencing from Kimberly all the time. She treats me with absolute disdain. And provides silly enjoyment. Well, you're in the right place for improvised silliness. And that's not a sentence that's necessarily ever true. You know, usually improvised comedy of any sort is terrible, but there's something liberating about a live stream format, which is basically that I'm expected to be a good live stream, an engaging live stream, entertaining live stream, more than I am to be a totally on 100% comedian. I'm not expected to make jokes all the time. You know? It's a weird medium, you know. It's not a medium like any other medium. I mean, it's not just that, Rachel. It's like, if you're a child from 6 to 11, your dad takes 5 years to die from age 6 to when you're 11 years old. And imprints on you that the world is not just. That mortality is something that will punch you in the face. And it doesn't have anything to do with what you do. It's not like his father died because he was driving drunk and blah, blah, blah. Then you'd say, well, I'm so angry at my dad because he was such a drunk. Or you say, that's why I'm so opposed to alcohol or something like that. Or, you know, you got some sort of meaning to take away from it. It takes 5 years to die of cancer at 32. Jesus Christ. Wow, your dad died when you was 32 as well, huh? That's terrible. My grandfather, who was actually my step-grandfather, but he was my grandfather as far as I was concerned, you know. He wasn't my mom's biological father. But anyway, he was shot to death when I was in 5th grade. He was shot 7 or 8 times in the stomach. I think it was... I used to say 6, but when I actually looked up you can find the documentation on the case online because it made it to the California Supreme Court. The case against the guy who went to jail for it eventually. So anyway, I remember when my dad came to pick me up from school and told me my grandfather was in the hospital, he'd been shot. And I don't remember if I asked anything or what. I just said, oh, I realized I should take this seriously. It was like very serious, you know. I better take this seriously. I better look like I'm taking things seriously. And then when we got over to my grandmother's house, she was all crying and everything. And my mom was like sitting next to her, comforting her. And other relatives were there. And then it was like later in the day that it was finalized that he was dead, you know. It was a couple hours after I got picked up, maybe. But it was weird for me because he was a good grandfather, and I was there fairly often. And it's not like we weren't close, but we weren't really that close in some ways. I'm going to end the stream now. My dad's coming. Hi, Dad. Here I come. Oh, wait. Where did he go? Oh, he's not coming. Hey, oh, thanks, Dad. No. No. Alright, cool, thanks. He was just putting some tangerines on the table there for me. That's all. So, I mean, I don't remember ever feeling sad or mourning for my grandfather when he died when I was in 5th grade. I just noticed, I just knew that everybody else was very clear about it being a big deal, you know, and like, but I don't recall ever mourning him or missing him. Just, well, I don't know. I'd always been somehow more connected to my grandmother, but I don't know what I would have. I don't know if I would have felt anything if it had been my grandmother either. I'm not sure. I mean, I didn't go through anything. I'm the way I am, which is not. It's like, if you feel like an intuitor, like you're wasting your potential and or sitting around, being on the computer, unable to SE adequately, basically just under-realized. It's kind of important to remember that the world presents us with ever more information to think about, know about, whatever potentially. For your more deliberative, intuitive types, especially, this can be, you know, it can be an end in itself. If you're a judging dom, I mean a deliberation dom, FI or TI, it can be an end in itself, just sitting there learning things, and be totally gratifying, except for the fact that they feel like losers because the world's told them they're not doing anything. They're not fulfilling their potential. It would be nice if people could be assigned a case manager of sorts. You know, a life coach or whatever. But, basically, what I'm saying is, ultimately, for people, instead of spending a lot of time putting people through school, that time should be directed towards helping the individual kids figure out where they fit in the world and how they can feel good about themselves, feel useful to the world, be appreciated by the world in some way, and feel comfortable as well. It's not easy to find such a situation for somebody like an ENTP who's like, you know, me. I get very bored very easily, and I don't like sitting in offices and stuff like that. Although I find sitting back here, but that's partially because I can smoke. If I lived in a time period when you can smoke indoors, I think I'd ultimately be a lot more comfortable working in office spaces. That's a very generous offer, Lady Fox. I will not listen to you on that dark shit. I hate that burden because I feel the pain and I don't like to feel sad. Don't make me sad with reality. Continue helping to hide it from me. I'm pretending things are rosy and good. I don't want to hear about abuse and torture. You know, it's like this. Blinders on. Blinders on. Pew. But you're welcome to do it on the stream. That's different. It's like, the thing is, it doesn't make me uncomfortable to hear people's dark shit. Like, I feel like I'm not a bad person to listen and to potentially provide some sort of feedback or whatever. I just don't like carrying around the memory of what was said to me. It's an SI front stack thing, probably. If you're NI1, SI is least conscious, you're least burdened by recalled things like that, probably. Just to not feel so isolated from others. It also allows for times like this where somebody else can relate and you never would have been able to know. I mean, yeah, it's, I don't know what you guys are talking about, actually. You can see what your it refers to. What's a real thing? Yeah, that's how it is, Fox. I never know how to react, so I usually just try to make people feel comfortable and thank them for sharing something personal like that. It's often less for the person listening and more for the person just to talk about something with somebody other than their own self. That's true, for sure. I need to talk things out. I come on here and talk things out or talk to Rachel about it or whatever, but I definitely have to talk things out. Whenever I'm emotionally distressed, I'm much more likely to come talk here actually than talk it out with Rachel if it had nothing to do with Rachel. I mean, it has something to do with Rachel, really. But I mean, if it's not like, if I'm not having a problem with Rachel, but it has something to do with Rachel, then I'm still likely to come talk about it here. Even if I were having a problem with Rachel, I'd still come talk about it here. But I'd probably talk about her first if it were about Rachel directly, you know. So, regardless, there have been plenty of occasions. Lots of occasions where I can't sleep and I can't stop fuming until I stream. And then after a little bit of venting on a stream and talking with people who are just words on the screen going up, but it changes everything. It makes you feel way better. Whereas there's no way I could do that just to a mirror and have the same experience. But they do say, or that one INFJ one time said, ENTPs actualize externally. I totally agree with that. I've said it before. I'll say it again. What that means basically is I am best served to be constantly subject to the feedback of others. Okay, I'm going to end this stream now because my dad's coming back in. Thanks for being here. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.
I'm making meatballs and some spaghetti. I'm going to be eating outside about 5:45.
All right, cool. I'm wrapping this up right now. I say, cool. I'm wrapping this up right now, so thanks. Okay, well, I've got a little bit of time, actually, but looks like I'm going to be eating with Dad. I try not to advise people unless asked. I inform people of a limited perspective for them to add to their collective knowledge. They can use it however it may help, if at all. It depends what kind of thing they're talking to me about as to whether I try to solve it or not. Or whether I try to advise. You know? I got a few more minutes. My dad told me it's not going to be till 5:45 that we eat. So I'm actually going to stay around for a few more minutes. He just wants me to eat with him. So I will. And he doesn't want me to be early. When Istj tells you 5:45, if you show up at 5:30, isn't like, oh cool, you can sit and chill in here with me while I'm preparing. It's like, get out of here. What are you doing? It's not 5:45. I said 5:45. My bad, Dad. I mean, I've literally been like 2 minutes late before and gotten yelled at. It's ridiculous. Quite possibly I will. I don't know. Those kind of questions are so hard for me to answer. What will you do later? Boy, it'll be exciting to find out. I'm excited. I'm curious about that too. What will I do later? I have no idea. I just, unfortunately, seem to be very unconscious about SE. If you ask me what I will do during some of my free time, okay, stop saying goodbye to me, everybody. I told you I was prematurely ejaculating. I'm going to take around for a few more minutes. I prematurely ejaculate. So, stop taunting me mercilessly with your goodbyes. I find it deeply offensive. Deeply offensive. Oh my God, you offend me so deeply. I love it. Offend me deeper. Oh yeah. There, Eric, you could have done that a long time ago. Dummy. Or super double dummy. Let's have a little bit better TE than that, Eric. Turn it that way. Wait, no, that's... Yeah, TE sucks ass. I hate TE. Like, figure out how to make that thing go that way over there or something. It's so dumb. It's so boring. TE is boring. Jonathan, you take that goodbye back right now. I said you stop saying goodbye. What do I look like? Sky Gear? I didn't earn that goodbye the way that Sky Gear earned those oh yeahs. What do you think of the popular big ESTJs that mistype themselves ENTPs and yell at you when you point out their bullshit with their crazed fandoms? I don't know that such people. I didn't know such people existed, but now I do. I think they're terrible. That's what my answer is. Why, Jonathan Bestanti. I say hello to you, sir. Yeah, I didn't know about those people there, those ESTJs who do that. But yes, they are bad. That's my answer. They are bad, and we should all shame them mercilessly. Let the shaming begin. C.S. Joseph, let the shaming be. Oh, yeah, him. Right. I forgot about him for a second. For some reason, because people lately, the last few times people have mentioned an ESTJ YouTuber, they've talked about Bryant Chambers. Yes, good day in a greeting sense, though, Jonathan Bizanti. In a greeting sense, okay? They've been talking about Bryant Chambers, so that's the YouTuber that came to mind. But, yeah, of course, it's Joseph. Doy. That was a little bit of a doy moment for me, so... Can you please put me down for 1 doy and 2 no does? Yeah, I'll be having all 3 myself today. What do I think of C.S. Joseph? Well, I absolutely adore his amazing content and his incredible capacity to self-type correctly. Wait, are you being sarcastic, Eric? Yes. I don't think those things. Those were not true words from my mouth. C.S. Joseph doesn't like you, Lady Foxbullfay? I'm sorry to hear that. He doesn't like me either. I'm quite sure he doesn't like me either. Well, that's what I initially typed him as. Well, I've come to think he's ESTJ because... Yeah, doy. Well, there's a dirt to dirt, you know. Dirt to dirt. That's what we used to do as kids. Sometimes. I don't think I've done a dirt to dirt in a long time. He banned you? Oh no. Right away, huh? Well, you must have been terrible, I guess. He's a little too direct, intense for you? Zeppelin Fan CB, how dare you doubt my intensity and directness? There you go. SI Inf. Don't sweat it. Sweet it. On his VC? What's his VC? What does a VC mean? Dirt to dirt. He didn't say anything? Why did he ban you right away then? Well, you must have said something. He just smelled something on you that he didn't like, I guess. It's like I got banned, insta-banned one time on a astrology, tarot stream or whatever. Oh, voice chat. Okay. So, why do you think he banned you? I make you dirt to dirt, Rachel? I don't think so. I love you, though. Oh, you were friends with somebody who was bad, huh? Wow. That's a crime. That is a crime. With me, it was like an ENFP who could just smell my ENTP hood and just instant banned me. I made one statement about yards and squares and I got all banned. I got in one little fight and my mom got mad and she said, "You're going to live with your auntie and uncle in Bel Air." I went for 4 hours, which, a little over 4 hours. And I've been talking since. So, end the stream soon because I'm gonna have dinner with my dad in a little bit. But I end about 5:30, in about 9 minutes, and then it'll publish, and you can watch it if you want to. Hi, Dallas. I really enjoyed your video. He sent a really edgy alpha message to you? What was it? What was his message? Was it like, you better stop, we're gonna fuck you up, or some shit like that? You better pick a side. You're either with me or against me. Like shit like that, or what? Spaghetti. Spaghetti and balls of some sort. I forget what kind of balls. Oh wait, no, I'm meatballs. That's right. We're having spaghetti and meatballs. Thanks, Thomas. You know, I actually removed a comment by Jeff Shaw, who responded to that video as though it weren't a affectionate roast-ish thing a little bit, you know, but as though it were mean-spirited or something. And I just removed the comments. I was like, I hope nobody else thinks that. I mean, yeah, I think what you did was fantastic. Putting together that data and stuff, I didn't cover that part of it because I just was amused by your INFP at the end of the video, you know. It was a great example of SI, third slot, selfish, you know. I know this sunlight makes me not pleasant to look at, but nobody should care about that. Is what's implicit underneath that, right? Because I'm enjoying being in the sun. That was a great example of SE polar, SI, SI third slot selfish. I liked that a lot, and I liked the way that your any tool was so any tool. You know, it's like as you're giving a takeaway about how people relate to the data and such. Your first thing is to articulate different ways in which people might relate to the data. Oh, that you are ENFP? Yeah, well, he wants to try to convince everybody that they're something other than what they say they are because that allows him to, I guess, if you go to my channel, Eliana, there's a link to his video and my video called Telltale Signs INFP, right? INFP Telltale Signs, something like that. If you go to that video on my channel, you will see there's a link to his video, and that video on my channel, INFP Telltale Signs, is actually not about INFP Telltale Signs. It's about Dulce's video, but I didn't think that was a good title about Dulce's video, so I went with the title I went with instead. Eric, what? You found what? You found the meaning of life? Oh, cool. I'm interested to hear this. I especially like this part. These rules are draconian. We don't care. Don't cry about it later. Just like here, my fellow ENTP over there believes in draconian rules. And he needs them. Because, why? he's always talking nonsense. And if he wants to protect himself from actually being critiqued, then we stop people from saying anything bad. Well, it's what Jeff Shaw is doing is just playing a positioning game, an FE positioning game, where he's saying, I'm the expert, and for me to be the expert, it goes without saying that I must be more right than Eric. Now, if Eric's always wrong, then I can always be the expert. So, pretty much, no matter who I type, no matter what I type him as, Jeff Shaw is, Jeff Shaw's gonna say, you're something else. Well, that's because he can't actually defend his words, you know? It's to avoid the stuff he doesn't want to deal with. He doesn't want to deal with why questions. He wants to deal with what questions and how questions. But, you know, I think he's lost some of his luster, actually, a little bit. It seems like the community kind of had a general backlash against him at some point. Yeah, I'm not a big Jeff Shaw fan either, but because I'm an ENTP and not an ESTJ, I tend to err on the side of permissiveness, you know? He doesn't think you're an ESFP. That's the thing, Jonathan Basanti. That's what it means to be, for it to be an FE thing. He thinks that because you're curious as to why he thinks you're an ESFP, that you're affording the notion of legitimacy, which is a leverage point that he can push on to separate me from correctness and make him the more correct one, put him in the dominant position or whatever. You have nothing to do with it at all. He doesn't like people being meaningfully impacted by correct typing by me because it validates what I'm doing. And he finds me extremely threatening for whatever reason. I don't know why, but and he's determined to take me down a notch, you know. So the thing is, one might well ask, but as I hear myself saying it, like, well, why do you let him hang around? I guess because I'm not thinking about anybody but myself, really. It doesn't really bother me. Sometimes I find it interesting in kind of a, like, stirring up trouble way. But what I'm not thinking about, and I should be thinking about, is other people have more feelings about that stuff. Like, that even though it's very obvious to me what he's doing, and therefore I would never give any credence to any conclusion he's presenting about type, because if I were a third party, I'd know it wasn't really about me, it was about Eric, you know? So, in that regard, to me it seems very obvious that I wouldn't give him any weight to what he says at all. But that's not true for everybody, and it may be, one could make the argument that it would be a good idea to ban him so that he doesn't make other people feel bad who are around here, or make them feel angry, or because, you know, his whole game is provocation. He's never going to make a claim that's not provocative in some way, or indicative that you've got a lot to learn, buddy. Something like that, you know. It's what I like to call enigmatic hoo-ha. Drink this glass of warm, enigmatic hoo-ha. It'll help you sleep. Okay, Well, on that note, I gotta bail. It's 5:30. And I do have dinner with Dad. Rachel, did my dad mention that to you at all? You seem to be natural in your presentation. It would be intimidating to someone who was trying hard and still not receiving the same level of reception. Right, well, I mean, it takes a certain amount of effort to be natural, you know? If not effort, then it takes getting used to, I guess, or something else. So, okay. Thanks for being here, everybody. Love you all. I appreciate greatly your willingness to be here. And yay, I set a world record. So I say. All right, good night. Goodbye. I'll probably stream later. Who knows? Not me.